Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch with your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bony. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah.
Yes, we are in here. Make sure you smash that thumbs up on the way in.
March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Only on this Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, suave boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, quantum truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
And we have a presentation that's a few minutes from Quantum Truth, and then we'll break it down.
This Saturday, March 14th, the battle.
Supposed to come out the other. This here is a guide on how to spot when that machine is broken and how to spot it in real time. This isn't about scoring points or winning fights. It's about auditing what people are telling constantly. An argument being valid just means the wiring is correct. If the starting points were true, the conclusion would have to be.
Can you start it
Now, a
over? It was
sound
skipping in the
argument,
beginning for
that's
me.
the gold
I don't know
standard.
if it was
It
skipping
means
for
the wiring
anybody
is
else.
correct and the starting points are actually true. And persuasive, that just means it feels right. We're
Can
not
you hear me,
interested in
Quantum?
feelings here.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about arguments, not the yelling matches, the
And it is
structural
an open
kind.
panel. Hit
See,
that link.
every argument is really a machine. You put premises in one end and a conclusion is supposed to come out the other. This here is a guide on how to spot when that machine is broken and how to spot it in real time. This isn't about scoring points or winning fights. It's about auditing what people are telling you to see if it holds together. Let's get into it. Okay, so right off the bat, people mix these three things up constantly. An argument being valid just means the wiring is correct. If the starting points were true, the conclusion would have to be. Now, a sound argument, that's the gold standard. It means the wiring is correct and the starting points are actually true. And persuasive, that just means it feels right. We're not interested in feelings here. We're interested in whether the machine works. We're focused on valid and sound. An argument is only as strong as its foundation, right? And that foundation is built out of premises. But here's the thing. Premises aren't vibes. They have to be hard statements. We're talking established facts. We're talking agreed upon definitions. Or we're talking about bridging principles that logically connect one idea to another. If the premises are soft, the whole argument just collapses. Before you can even start to analyze an argument, you have to know what the argument actually is. You've got to pin down the conclusion. You have to force the person you're talking to, and just as important, force yourself to state the final claim in one single clear sentence. If they can't do it, or if they won't, then there isn't actually an argument to analyze. They're just making noise. Now this is where the failure usually hides. You've got the premises on one side and the conclusion on the other. But what about the jump between them? That's the inference, the therefore. And a whole lot of bad arguments are just hoping you won't look too closely at that jump, because it's not a step of logic, it's a leap of faith. Our job is to put a spotlight right on that hidden step. Here's your
Okay,
first
pause
tool,
it for
a
me.
quick sanity check for any claim someone makes. Just ask them, what evidence?
Now, can you break that down for me and for the people in the back? Bomb should be dropped on that one because I don't want you to skim past
My
that.
bad. I was talking. I wasn't even. Yeah. So what we're watching is we're just training our eyes, and we're looking for a simple goal today. We're trying to find when an argument breaks, and to also name when it broke. People come with arguments, they'll have their premise and they'll have their conclusion. But in between the premises, which is what you're setting for your argument, and then the inferences, the therefores, or this is, that people skip that step and go right to the conclusion. And so you'll sit here, you'll be arguing with somebody whose argument isn't even valid, or it's valid and not sound. And so what we're going to do today is go through, and I'm going to show you how to spot some of those fallacies before they can even get those off the ground. You want me to continue playing? You're on mute if you're saying something.
Oh yeah, appreciate you breaking that down. And yeah, I'm gonna stop you again before it gets too deep, so that way you can catch everybody
Gotcha.
up, in case some people aren't understanding. Go ahead.
Gotcha.
And it's an open panel. Everybody, hit that link if you want to come up. If you have any questions about any of this stuff.
Yeah, and if you my bad, if you're watching, write your questions down if you want to, because we're gonna go back over all of this. I got another slide set where I can explain it to you, and you can ask your questions from there. This is just a little capper.
If we found it would prove you wrong. This is all about falsifiability. See, if they can't answer, if nothing could possibly change their mind, then they're not having a good faith argument with you. They're just performing a belief. A real argument has to have some skin in the game. It has to be able to be proven wrong. Look, you do not need to memorize 100 different Latin names for fallacies. Just forget all that. You only need to know the 5 ways an argument can break. Think of them as families of failure.
This right here, this is just the 5 different types of failures that arguments come through. We'll go through it. There's different subcategories of these. There's form, the relevance, the topics that people pick, the presumptions that are made with the form of the argument. We'll find the evidence to see if it supports or if it's too weak. And then we'll find the behavior and the tactics of the argument, if the tactics are bad faith or if the argument is actually valid and sound.
The form is a bad structure. Relevance is just dodging the topic. Presumption is smuggling in bad assumptions. Evidence is just weak support. And tactics, well, that's just bad behavior. Know the family, you'll spot the problem. So let's start with that first family, form. These are what you call formal fallacies.
These are the first ones that people usually perform when they just starting out. That's why they call them formal fallacies and form mistakes. We'll go back over this. Like I said, this is just straight, but these are the ones that they start off with from the jump when they say they want to debate, even before you find the affirmative for what you're arguing about. Some of the arguments aren't even sound arguments. And this is why we have those shows where we find out exactly what the topic is that we're going to be arguing about, so we can make sure we at least have the first form of the argument correct.
This is where the argument itself is just miswired. The structure is invalid from the jump. It doesn't even matter if the premises are true. The conclusion simply doesn't follow from them. The machine's design is broken right out of the box. Here is a classic example of that bad wiring. It's called affirming the consequent. The logic.
Now this right here, this is where a lot of people go to college. This is where I went to classes to learn this. And when you first look at it and you see it, it seems kind of confusing. But we're going to go back over this, and we're going to go over this in depth. But we're going to see how the premises don't follow something. And right here, it's going to be talking about a street being wet and how we can prove if the street is wet. P, if P, then Q. Seeing Q does not prove P though. So that's just what I'm saying. The street is wet doesn't prove that it's raining. So the conclusion isn't guaranteed just because P, there's Q. There's some inference in there that you might be missing.
It sounds plausible at first. If P is true, then Q will be true. Hey, look, Q is true, so P must be true. But it's wrong. The example makes it obvious. If it's raining, that's P. The street gets wet, that's Q. The street is wet, so does that mean it must be raining? Of course not. A sprinkler, a fire hydrant, a street cleaner, any of those could have done it. The conclusion is not guaranteed. And
so that's just like if I'm standing in the house and A1 and Humble Mystic run in the house and they wet. I immediately haven't looked outside or nothing, but I assume that it's raining. If they wet, it has to be raining outside. If P, then Q. But I asked them, it's raining outside? They say, no, we had to run through a water sprinkler. Then just because P then doesn't prove Q. So just because your argument is valid doesn't mean that it's sound.
here's its twin, denying the antecedent. It's the same setup. If P, then Q. But this time, the logic is, well, P is not true, so Q must not be true either. Again, that's wrong. Back to our example. If it's not raining, does that guarantee the street is dry? No, the sprinkler could still be on. That logical connection only works in one direction. The false dilemma. This is a sneaky structural mistake right in the premise. The argument tries to tell you there are only two options when...
This is when people try to get to you, when they try to have arguments to try to prove their point. They'll only give you two choices when you're sitting here looking at a third choice. Let's just say creation, and then let's say creation from ex nihilo. Well, there's a third choice. I got a choice that time and nature has always been here. So just because they give you two choices doesn't always mean that there isn't C, there isn't D, there isn't E. There's always more than one choice. But if they try to give you just two choices,
really, there are more. It creates this fake restricted choice. Your job is to challenge that premise. Don't pick A or B. You have to ask, prove to me that C, D, and E are not options. Make them defend that limited menu they're offering you. All right, let's move on to the second family.
And that was just a couple of formal, like I said, right off the bat, arguments that people try to prove. And when they start their arguments and they don't even have the right inference in the arguments they're making, and you can spot those out real quick. If you can't, then this is what we're going to learn today, or a little bit about it. So maybe you won't even find yourself in arguments that aren't valid and sound.
Family of failure, relevance. With these tricks, the structure of the argument might seem fine, but the premises they're offering you are completely irrelevant to the conclusion. These are all about distraction. They're designed to get you off the actual topic and just completely derail the conversation.
This right here, you see, there's a whole bunch. People that have a big bag with lots of words. They talk fast. They have good points and stuff, but just because they have big words and they think they might be a little bit more intelligent than everybody else, and they just dodge their whole claim and try to talk people into believing them just because They might have mixed them up with words, but there's a whole lot of tricks to that, and we can find some of those too. The basics of what they're trying to do is just dodge their claim and not even prove what they're trying to prove with their premises. So we call these relevance tricks because they dodge their claims.
And these are the two most common dodges you'll see. First, ad hominem. That's attacking the person making the argument instead of the argument itself. Their character is totally irrelevant to their logic. Then you have tu quo, which basically means you two. It's accusing them of hypocrisy. Also irrelevant. Even if they are a hypocrite, their argument might still be perfectly sound. Your response is always the same. Reject the distraction and get back to the actual premises.
The straw man. You've seen this a million times. Instead of dealing with your actual position, your opponent builds up this weak, distorted version of what you said, a man made of straw, and then they knock that down instead. It's easy to beat up a scarecrow. The counter is simple and direct. That is not my argument. My argument is this, and then you just restate your actual position.
A lot of people see this. I saw this in a couple of debates that just passed. One of the interlocutors was just trying to straw man the actual position of the other person, and the other person never said anything about that. You have to point that out to make sure that people know that these people who are posing these arguments don't really have an argument. They might just be for show. Now, I'm not saying everybody does this. Some people can actually steel man your argument and still beat you. That's what I prove. That's what I plan on doing in my time here in the debate league. I'm a steel man your argument, and then I'm going to crush it, melt it, and reuse it for what it is. But this is the still straw man. And I know a lot of people know that, know about this fallacy that people do. They just try to talk you out of what you're doing.
Position, nice and clear.
And then you've got red herrings and whataboutism. This is just pure diversion. It's an attempt to change the subject to something that's either easier for them to talk about or something that puts you on the defensive. Don't take the bait. Your job is to name the tactic and pivot right back. That's a different topic. Let's finish resolving the claim we're actually discussing first. So now we're at our third family of failure, presumption. These fallacies are tricky. They're tricky because they hide a controversial or totally unproven assumption right inside the argument itself. The whole thing only works if you silently agree to something you probably shouldn't. Begging the question is the classic circular argument. The conclusion is just a restatement of one of the premises. It assumes the very thing it's trying to prove. You know, like supernatural forces have to exist because I've had experiences that can only be explained by them. You see, the premise and the conclusion are the exact same idea. It's a closed loop that proves absolutely nothing. And here's the loaded question. It's a question that has a damaging assumption built right into it. If you answer yes or no, you're admitting the assumption is true. So you don't answer it, you diffuse it. You challenge the premise directly. You say, your question assumes that I was cheating on my taxes, and I don't accept that assumption. Now, these are a couple of dirty procedural fouls. Moving the goalposts is when you give them the exact evidence they ask for, and then they suddenly say, nope, that's not good enough. Now I need something else. Then there's special pleading. That's when they have one standard for everyone else, but then invent a special exception just for their own claim when it's under fire. The fix for both? Lock in the standard of proof right at the very beginning. Okay, family number 4, fallacies of weak evidence. With these, the premises might be relevant to the topic, but they're just not strong enough to actually support the conclusion. The connection is flimsy. The argument is basically built on a shaky foundation that can't hold the weight of the claim being made. This might be one of the most important rules in all of thinking. Correlation does not equal causation. Just because two things happen together or one happens after another does not prove that one caused the other. It might be a starting point for a question, sure, but it is not the final conclusion. You always have to demand to know the mechanism. You have to ask, okay, but how exactly does A cause B? Cherry picking. This is when someone shows you only the data that confirms what they believe, while conveniently ignoring all the data that contradicts it. A related idea is survivorship bias, where you only look at the winners and you totally forget to analyze all the failures. The most crucial question you can ask is always this: what am I not being shown? Demand to see the whole data set.
Survivorship bias?
And finally, let's talk about some tactics that are just
I
poison
don't know,
to a
something
real
happened. I
conversation.
can't pause it or
The
nothing.
gish
Yeah.
gallop is when
Okay,
someone
go ahead, let
drowns
it
you
ride.
in a flood of so
It's
many
only
bad
like
arguments that you can't possibly
more minute
respond to
anyway.
all of
Let's go.
them. The Mott and Bailey is when someone makes a bold, controversial claim. That's the
write
Bailey.
down your
And when
question
they
a
get
little bit.
challenged, they retreat to a safe, totally obvious position. The Mott. And equivocation is just changing the definition of a key word halfway through the argument. The defense against all of these is to enforce absolute clarity, one claim at a time, pin down those definitions.
So that brings us to the toolkit. How do you use this stuff live? You run a constant mental scan. Know the ledge. First, define the terms. Then, isolate the one-sentence claim. After that, identify the hidden assumptions, check the logical form, and finally, test it with that falsifiability question. And when things start to get messy, you need some clear, calm lines to interrupt the failure. Here are 5 you can use today. 1. Define your key term. 2. What's the claim in one sentence? 3. Which premise supports that? 4. How do you get from there to here? That's what exposes the inference step. And 5. What would falsify this? Use these to enforce coherence. Remember, it's not about winning. It's about getting to what's real.
I can't stop. I can't do nothing. I might have to reset my.
Yeah, you might have to go out and come back in.
Bet I'm gonna be right back because they won't let. Damn, I can't even go out and come in.
Yeah, you just gotta hit that power.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Okay. I was gonna say hold that power button for about 10 seconds. It'll go.
Am I still in here?
Yeah, you still in here?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that was a nice presentation. I didn't know. I had never heard the term survivorship bias, so I wanted to go in on that. I wonder how you pull up the slide again, but it might freeze.
Which one was that? I probably got it in these slides.
It was survivorship bias. What's the term?
Well, I can't pull these. Oh, you ain't sharing them yet, is you?
Oh no, I'm not sharing them yet. Shout out Roy Chess in the building.
Yeah, I seen Roy Chess. Shout out Roy Chess. And I seen Ill Doctrine always sharpening his sword.
Roy Chess, any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you just saw?
Yeah, I think real quick, peace to everyone. You should make a distinction between formal and informal arguments, which you did not do. Because the way you presented it sounds like all arguments could be valid and sound, when that's not the case. That only applies to deductive reasoning argument. Like informal arguments can't be valid, right? They don't have a structure. They actually have structure. It's not the same format as deductive reasoning. So that informal inductive reasoning and stuff like that doesn't have that validity or soundness to the terminology that goes with it.
Yeah, I hear you, Roy Chess. I was this right here though was just trying to show people how to spot invalid arguments. This wasn't actually showing different standards of argument. If you want to do a show on that, we can. But this right here, and like that's something better that you can talk about, what you have in your worldview and stuff. Mine is to teach people how to form their own argument, and then spot out when people try to pull the wool over their eyes, so to say, and just have an argument that ain't valid.
Well, you saying valid, like all arguments are valid, and I'm saying that that's not the case.
Well, we know all arguments aren't valid.
No, I mean all types of arguments.
Everybody.
All types of arguments are not valid. Valid only refers to deductive arguments.
And what's your argument for that?
What do you mean? That's the definition.
I'm saying, what's the definition? What is the definition?
So valid only applies to deductive arguments. It doesn't apply to other arguments.
And what was
the deductive arguments?
Yeah. And what was we talking about?
You made it seem it's both. The way you both.
No, that ain't what I made it seem. And if that's what you thought, I'm sorry about that. I'm pretty sure that everybody knows if there's a thing called a valid argument, they should assume that there's a such thing called a non-valid argument, and should know that because if they're debating in the first place, they know that people has given them non-valid arguments. So that's just a
Yeah, but
that's just the hold on, Roy. That's just the assumption or inference. Like I told you, what I'm doing is trying to teach people how to spot invalid argument. I'm not doing any of that other things and telling them about the if you want to do that, you can do that. This right here is to help people spot bad arguments, help them form their arguments so there are no different fallacies, so they won't have those fallacies. This is argument for fallacies. This is a class teaching about fallacies, not the other thing.
Yeah, but you can it sound like deductive and not separating. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, that's for another class, Roy. You have to come to the other class for that. You're advanced, so you know that. Right now, we're talking about argument fallacies. Can you give us any information about argument fallacies, some that you've ran over?
Yeah, there are only two in your formal presentation you gave, denying the entity and the consequence. There are, of course, others, but I mean, if you want to say that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. There are other formal fallacies that with the arguments which was in my presentation, and we can go if you have questions.
Oh no, I stated that. I stated to everybody that I was just going to give them a few examples, because me and you both know that philosophy gets deep, and if we sit here all day, I would still be given formal fallacies. Roy, this right here is just a presentation to help people. If you want to generate a debate or something, we can do that later on. Right now, we're talking about argument fallacies and how to spot fallacies. None of those other things that you're talking about, we understand that those come later in the class. You know this, and I know this. This is not even the right place to talk about those things.
Well, it's your presentation.
Exactly. My presentation is about argument fallacy. Yeah, none of the things that you're trying to bring into this, because those things aren't what we're talking about. I'm trying to tell people how to spot that their argument might not be valid, and I'm trying to tell them how to spot. I was giving them just a few because, as I stated, if you've been in philosophy and you know philosophy, we would still be sitting here going over formal fallacies, and we don't have time to do that. So I was just giving them a few.
Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Peace, Titan fam, Casino. Shout out everybody in the building. I want to thank my man's A1. Thank my man Roy Chess. Thank my man Humble Mystic for stepping up. Roy Chess, y'all. I got to give a shout out to Roy Chess. Roy Chess is very intelligent. I don't know why he loves to always bring skepticism into everything that comes up, as opposed to just helping people out. But I'm gonna try to get through that, because this isn't you. I'm really a something else. But you got to know the ledge, guys. Like I said, you got to know the ledge of what you're going to, and that's the knowledge of what you're doing and how to spot fallacies. There's plenty of formal and informal fallacies that people do. As Roy stated, his favorite one is the deductive inductive argument. If your argument is inductive or deductive, I don't want to straw man his argument, so maybe he would tell you more about that. But I spoke on a few of them because the few that I spoke on were the most common that are overlooked because they're so simple. So we're gonna have a quick reset on what an argument is. I'm going to give you the 5 fallacy families again and what breaks arguments. And remember, in those 5 fallacy families, I told you guys that I'm going to give you a few. As Roy stated, within those 5 fallacy families, there's more fallacies, guys, than the ones that I'm pointing out to you guys. These are just some quick ones that you can learn, and then maybe you might can't, because you might run into somebody who just always try to throw you off. But we're gonna try to sharpen your sword over here. This is the quantum truth. I know this stuff because I formed an argument. If you ask Roy Chess, I sent him a real philosophical argument, and I have an ism of my own. I think Roy's ism is skepticism. A lot of people haven't been philosophical enough to form their own arguments, and that's all right. I have a philosophical argument called the only argument that goes with my philosophy called quantum onlyism. It's a intact argument that can't be refuted. I'd love for somebody like Roy Chess to try to debate me on it, but he probably won't. I sent him the argument. He still never answered me to tell me if it was valid and sound. That leads me to believe that he know what it is. And Roy Chess, that's my challenge to you. If you ever find something you want to debate me, and I'll show you how quantum onlyism kills any of your isms, and it'll make you. First, guys, when we come through here, you got to define exactly what it is that you chase. Don't chase vibes. Don't come in saying stuff like this. Yeah, what you're saying is right, but you also got the no. Don't chase the vibes. You chase the structure, and the structure of this, what we're doing is we defining what we looking for, and what we're looking for right now is a way to know the ledge and to know when somebody is trying to pull one over on you and just get you off your game. And you take it one claim at a time. One per keyword, one meaning per keyword. And that's what you test. Like I said, there's plenty ways that you can find if somebody has a informal or a formal deficiency in their argument. Not just the ones that I'm telling y'all. But first, you have to define what your claim is. When you're doing your arguments, you define what it is you're trying to claim on your premises. You state your premises. You make the assumptions. And then you go to form. You start trying to find if you have the right form of an argument. Ill Doctrine, I will send my only argument to you, sir. Thank you for wanting to look at it for me. But this is how you can find if we try to find if an argument is valid, if it has structure. If it's sound, that means the premises are true and it has valid structure. But then you have arguments that are just persuasive arguments. These are the people that I'm telling you about, the people that just like to talk because they might know something or know a little something, or they might have watched a few videos on it. And so they'll get up there and they think they know something, or they'll try to tell you that you don't know something because maybe they want you to know a little bit more than what you know, even though they don't know what you know. I've had that happen before simply because my philosophy is so genius, and my only argument is next level for Father Time and Mother Nature. Not only that, I showed y'all the other night what Bayesian probability is and how Bayesian probability, I still don't think anybody can use that, because as Hercules stated the other night when we was talking about Bayesian probability, it comes up to 90% or 60% depending on the questions. And I told y'all we can always run this analysis from the jump with any other religion or anybody who has an ism that wants to go against mine. But I know quantum onlyism is going to win, because everything that we see in existence is what quantum onlyism argues for. It doesn't argue for no supernatural anything. It doesn't argue for magic. It doesn't argue for special pleading, something outside of this that doesn't have that. Like, I'm talking about the structure of you grabbing your hand and slapping it across your face is the structure of my argument. It's valid and it makes that sound when you argue it. The persuasion of people.
You funny. Say it with your chest, right?
Man. We got to be able to do this, because I'm telling you, it's people out there, they're intelligent, but they'll feel that they don't even want to waste their time with you, so they'll go through and they won't even form an argument that's valid. They don't think that you're going to come and ask inferences, and they don't think you're going to ask questions. And what they'll do is they'll bombard you with questions, so you won't ask them no questions. They won't tell you their view because they know their entire view is out there. Now, some people ask questions because they understand the legitimacy of what I've done. alone, with all of the knowledge that has been gathered through human history, through human philosophy. I'm talking about they'll never make me drink hemlock like Socrates. Aristotle, remember when Aristotle was the smartest? And then after Aristotle came with his questions, you had Galileo. Galileo changed it a little bit. After Galileo, you have Newton. So science always updates. People have good thoughts. People have good questions. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they answer them. Sometimes they don't. I feel like a lot of people was missing what they should have been looking for when they was looking for these answers. And that's what the only argument does. I'm kind of getting off track. I need to get back on to what arguments are. But I'm just so proud of my argument because that's what I want everybody to do. I want everybody to be able to form a valid argument that they can put to the test without using arguments that somebody else has already had. It's because when you come to debate somebody, it's going to be the same thing that I've already heard. So when I'm cutting you off and stuff, it's going to feel like I'm rude, but I'm not rude. I just know that the things that you're going to say to me because those arguments aren't your argument. And a lot of people don't have, I mean, they have time to do it, but it's a strenuous test to form a valid, sound argument that stands up to any other ism, atheism, naturalism, physicalism, materialism, realism. But we beat them all. Only ism outdoes them all, guys. And I know this because, like I said, I've always been able to spot the form of my argument. I know the form of people's arguments. I know the relevance of my argument. I know the things that they dodge when I say it. I know the presumptions when they try to smuggle in time, when they say time is an illusion, but they still smuggle it in because they say mother. Like, I know that you have to find the evidence in the missing parts of those people's arguments. And you can't let the tactics in the conversation poison of well, you might not, well, maybe not. Yeah, because you have to understand inferences. When somebody makes an inference and they say in this world, or is there a possibility that it could happen? Yeah, there's possibilities. If you can think of it, it's a possibility. But when you try to actualize it, you might find out that it can't be actualized. So that makes that an impossibility. So just because you can think about it, and those are the things that I be saying to people, skeptics, like they love to try to put things in your face. You might not because you could be like this, and they're correct to ask that. But like I said, when you got a sound and valid argument, you don't have to worry about those tactics or anything. If P then Q, Q therefore P, that's wrong. That's one of the emphases that Roy keeps talking about. He might have missed it at the first. That's why I didn't say nothing. I knew these were going to get to it. It's just like we talked about earlier. If I'm in the house, Humble Mystic and A1 come in and they're wet. I haven't looked outside. I say it's raining. So that's it. They're wet, P. Therefore, Q. It's raining outside. But it's wrong because they could have been standing on the side of the road and somebody could have threw water on them. Some kids could have been outside with water guns, wetting them up. It could have been water sprinklers out there. So just because P doesn't always mean Q. And this is what Roy Chess is talking about. And these are the things that he could probably help y'all with a little more when it comes to explaining. I know the thoughts in my head. I know what they are because it's nothing but simply forming the correct presumptions and assumptions about a situation. The situation that I have is my argument is transcendental. We'll get into that later on. But you know, like I said, there's just different kind of arguments. Man, how did I jump up there so far? That you have to be aware of that people try to use. And you can find out if they're telling the truth by using simple things as this right here. Not P doesn't rule out other ways to get to Q. Right? For them to get wet doesn't always mean that it's raining outside. You got the either A or B people. They'll tell you that you can't believe one thing. Either we were created by a intelligent creator, or we just came from nothing. And that's just false. There's a third for sure. Time and nature could have always been, and then everything else emerges through time. So those are false dilemma forms that people try to put on you. You don't want to get those, because those are the ones that try to trap you in a box and try to make you agree with their premises when they give them to you. And they only give you two choices. Some of them even give you one choice, either this or no. But you look for those. We look for the relevance. And these are the people that try to tell you, well, you might just be wrong because you haven't done enough studying, so you need to go look. And I had one of those ad hominems happen to me before with Herc. Herc sent an ad hominem to me and told me I need to watch videos. As you see, I took my argument and the Bayesian reasoning to him and showed him exactly what Bayesian reason, who Thomas Bayes was, what Bayesian analysis is, and just opened up a couple of new doors about things. And this is what everybody can use. That's why I say people try to make you seem down because of the things that you believe or the things that you answer, and you come up about it in ways that they didn't. And so they'll use ad hominems to make you feel like, not you, it's usually the crowd that they're adhering to, the debate crowd. So you don't really have to worry about those too much. Tu quo, that's just no answer at all. You know what I'm saying? They just try to throw you off.
Is that on the screen, tu quo?
Yeah.
I don't see that. We don't see that on the screen.
You don't see it at the top where it say
relevant? Okay, I'm tripping. I didn't see it up top. Okay. Go ahead, my bad.
My bad. Oh, my bad. Yeah. This is just, and like I said, there's other relevance arguments. All of these that I gave y'all, you see the false dilemma ones. These are the forms up at the top. I don't know if people were saying, I should have been showing y'all what I was reading, but there's more forms than just these. When you're trying to form an argument and trying to find what people are using to try to make your argument seem invalid or fallacious.
Let me just interrupt right quick.
Absolutely, Roy. Absolutely.
Go back one slide. The two that one. No, go back, go up, go back to the one right there. Stay there.
Oh, right here.
Nope. There. Attack the person. Oh, the two Q. They form ad hominem. It's not that all ad hominems are that form.
The who?
The Q.
The tu quo. Do you know what a tu quo is?
It means you all. Right? It's a specific type of ad hominem. All ad hominems do not commit that particular type. So
there's more than just that. And I just explained that, Roy. I just explained.
No, you're saying fallacies in general. I'm talking about that specific classification of fallacy has multiple subs in it.
You're breaking up bad, Roy Chess.
Roy, you breaking up because I think you just my channel. I'm glad we're in the Quantum Truth channel. It ain't gonna let you feed us that book. I mean,
can you hear me now?
Go out and don't come back. I mean, go out and come back.
Am I breaking up now?
Yep.
All right, hold on.
I see King Hercules over there talking about I explained the Bayesian. How you explain the Bayesian to me? You didn't even know it. You never even seen the equation for choice. Hercules, don't do this, King Herc. I thought we was gonna be friends now. I hate when people do this. I'm not gonna do that. You're right.
Yeah. Just take some deep breaths.
Guys.
Nothing personal, they're just critiquing the information.
Please, can you hear me now?
Yes. You actually sound a little bit clear. Let's give it a test run. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'm saying to you is that ad hominem has subcategories within it. And 2Q is one of them.
There it goes again. Yeah. Breaking that.
Why you won't call it tu quo quo? I think you don't ain't never heard of this before. Why you keep saying 2Q?
I have.
Yeah,
I have.
Called 2 quo quo.
It's 2Q quo. Or is it 2 quo qui?
It's 2 quo q.
2 quo qui?
And it's Latin, right? It means you, right? So all ad hominems do not version.
Oh, it's 2 quo. Hey, that ain't supposed to be an E right there. That's supposed to be an O. My slide messed up. I see why you said that.
No, it doesn't even matter. Like, but
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to A1. I was talking to A1.
Yeah, but I'm saying the point I'm making, right?
Hell no, because I can't hear you. You keep breaking up.
But you hear me now.
I keep hearing you going. You keep going. Yeah, you hear me now. I swear to God, Roy Chess, your microphone ain't doing no good.
Yeah, he's not lying. I'm trying to make out what you're saying too.
Can't hear me now?
All we heard was the end, but we did hear robot sounds before that let us know you were trying to say something there, and we couldn't make that part out.
Okay, hold on.
I just quit and let me finish. Faji.
He'll figure it out. Go ahead. You only got how long? How many more slides do you got?
I don't know. I went back. I was almost done. I got 24 on here though. But I mean, that's what we're here for though. Roy a teacher. I know he's trying to teach. I know he want to tell somebody. He's trying to. I wish you just make your point instead of trying to say I missed something and just tell everybody what I missed. If I missed something, it'll be better. Oh, Roy Chester AI. He said Roy Chester AI. Roy Chester ain't no AI. Roy Chester ain't no damn AI.
Mic check.
Your mic your mic is muted, Roy.
Can you hear me? You can hear me?
You
keep going in and out.
Yeah, still doing it.
I'm still going in and out?
Yeah.
Say it with your chest, Roy Chess. Yeah, you gotta talk, man.
I'm still breaking up.
There you go. Nice and strong. There you go.
Oh, so you heard? Okay. So the point I was trying to make was that the ad hominem has different categories within it, and the 2Q is only one of the variations of it. So I don't want you to. I don't want you to believe
with bad service at Roy Chess.
No, not that I know of. I was just talking a few minutes. Okay, I'll try again.
I wouldn't try no more. I think what my page is doing, it got the power to just say that you're just trying to tell us some bullshit and you ain't.
Excuse me. Let me clear my throat.
Let me go out. I'm trying to.
Go ahead, though, Quanah. You might as well close up.
All right. My bad. I was waiting on trying to rate on Roy for you.
Might as well close out real quick.
All right.
It's gonna mess up again.
Yeah. There's also red herrings where people just throw things out there that don't even matter. They'll make up a topic that doesn't even matter. and act like they have the same confidence about that information, and the information sometimes doesn't have anything to do with what you're talking about. There's whataboutism, those people. Well, what about this and what about that? There's presumption, there's circular reason. It's true because it's true. God is real because the Bible says it's real. The Bible is true because God said it is. Those are circular reasonings. You got loaded questions. I reject that framing. When they give you a loaded question, they try to make you answer that question. You can answer it, but make sure you tell them that you reject that framing. These are ones that people try to use on you. I'm moving too fast, man. Moving the goalposts. Some people try to move the goalposts. They'll ask you to prove something. You prove it, then they'll move the goalposts, change the standard, ask you for something else. Sometimes they do this without even knowing they're doing it, simply because they don't want you to be right. No true Scotsman. This is counter example with peers. Definitions magically change. This is why we have to state our definitions up front and keep them fixed. You don't let anybody ever ask you something. In my argument, once everyone starts seeing the way I present my argument up front, before I even start giving premises, I give my definitions of time and nature, because those most of the time, nature, and existence are the questions. So you try to give them the definitions up front so they won't even have to answer. Lots of people can't track anyway, so they'll ask you again, but just trying to be a true Scotsman, a debater, interlocutor would do that. Correlation and causation before. They'll try to correlate things with different things. They try to move your argument from one thing to another just because it can correlate. Case in point, I have quantum in the name of my my philosophy. A lot of people automatically push it to quantum physics. The correlation is most of the time pushes people to think that I'm talking about quantum physics. So I understand that, but if you name that mechanism and you understand it, you should be able to talk, and that's what comes with the letting definitions be known first about what you're talking about in the beginning, so you won't even have to face those. Hasty generalization. One story equals universal law. Oh, this is evidence. My bad. This is one of the things that people try to use for evidence. One story. They'll use, again, you could say theism is one. A lot of people always talk about theism. And but we know that there's different forms of believing in a god or a goddess. People make cherry picking. Hold on, pretty buddy. More evidence is cherry picking. You'll give your arguments, and then they'll try to find one thing that you said, or something like that. Kind of like take Roy Chess for instance. A while ago, when I was talking about the type of argument I was talking about, and I was giving just quick, general, relative things that we were talking about. He cherry picked it, and he wanted to get all discreet and tell everything. I'm sorry, guys. I got company, so I just want to tell y'all. I want y'all to be able to look it up, man. There's no tools like the tools we got today when it comes to information. You can look these things up online, especially if you're want to start debating and claiming your points. You know what I'm saying? You find these things to make sure that people can't pull one over on you, and also that you can see when they are. That's what actual philosophy does. There's more to my philosophy than just the point that I'm giving you today. So I hope the more presentations I give, the more people stay in line, and then track it, and then they can add everything up. This right here is just tactics people give. Gish Gallup, they try to make 12 claims in 30 seconds. They don't never on one point. They just say, this is wrong, that this due to this, that happens, and this, but they won't never give you just the one claim. We do time and onlyism, so that's how we pick that out, because we'll tell them right from the jump, pick one thing you want me to answer, and this is what we'll go with. Another one of the tactics is the Moat and Bailey. They make a bold claim, and then once you attack that bold claim, they try to retreat. It's kind of like moving the goalposts in on their own arguments and stuff. This is the techniques that they be using. Equivocations. This is another thing that I say. This is why I define my terms at the beginning, so they can't equivocate anything. You should tell them to define their terms so they won't use these same things and switch their meanings on the words that they're using, trying to prove their points. And remember, guys, these are just argument fallacies that you can look for. Not only argument fallacies that you can look for, but fallacies that people try to pull on you, hoping that you don't even notice it. Some people don't even notice it themselves. A lot of people, when they on the wrong end of the argument knowingly, they'll use these tactics and things. And so you must be able to have 5 things that you want to always make sure. If somebody says something, you know what I'm saying, you want to always have these things ready. You want to define your key terms, make them define theirs. Or if you don't want to, you can let them just talk, and then you could make them define it later on and find a way to make them falsify their arguments. I don't. I like it from the jump. I want them to know what I'm talking about. I want to know what they talking about. What's the claim in one sentence? If you can't make your claim in one sentence, your argument probably needs a little bit more help. My total claim, when it gets down to it, is existence. If existence obtains, is because time and nature obtains. So once you get into arguments, you'll see that's a 1-sentence claim. You find your premise that supports that. You name the inference rule to prove it. Me, myself, I went through all the inference rules, and that's how I found out exactly how to form my argument. My argument uses more than one inference. I ain't gonna tell y'all how many, because like I said, that would help y'all in debates and things. And this is why I don't talk about some of the things that Roy Chess want me to talk about, because it would be helping. I want people to be able to look for these things themselves, as opposed to me just giving it to you, because I'm not going to always be here to help you. And you should know these things, because like I said, I formed an argument that I feel is so philosophically sound that I have and will again in the future, I'm sure, put it up against other worldviews and other philosophies. My philosophy proves where their philosophy fails at, has fail-safe makers, it has coherence gates to go through to see if their arguments make claims. We have our own epistemology. All of this comes when you form your arguments. And like I said, it seems like nothing to me after I got it all done, but when I look back on it, it took some time for me to be able to form this argument. And I think everybody should form their own argument and bring them to debates, as opposed to using somebody else's arguments, which there's nothing wrong with it. But when you use
quick, I want to go to some highlights of some people calling out fallacies here on Titans Debate League. We do have some shorts cut up.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, we got Leandre Slim Reaper McBride. He has a debate coming up. Breaking down some of this stuff. Let's check some of these clips out of him.
There we go.
an unproven or controversial assumption. Loaded question or complex question is a type of fallacy where a question contains an unproven or controversial assumption. Right? Can you move the little thing? Making it impossible to answer without appearing to accept the assumption. And that's what I'm saying. And see the example, common example. Have you stopped beating your wife? Now, and like I said, of the people up here on the panel, right, who've come off their mics trying to correct me about logic, I'm the only one up here with any training in logic whatsoever. So I'm calling out these fallacies because they're incorrect. So when I'm disputing their age, you can't come and say, was it acceptable? Was their age acceptable? That's in dispute. So I don't accept that Rebecca was 3. It doesn't fit the biblical narrative whatsoever. We know there were biblical Jews for changing stories. And they did so for all sorts of. Again, do you think when your parents told you, right, if your parents came to you, or crackhead came to you and said, don't do crack, crack is bad for you, right? If you say, well, you smoke crack, does that invalidate their statement about crack being bad for you? Or the moral statement that you shouldn't do crack? No. Yes,
no. Definitely not.
So if I asked him a question about whether his prophet married a first grade age girl and then turned around and consummated the marriage with that woman, young girl, shouldn't call her a woman, young girl, when she would have been 4th grade age. Him turning and saying, well, Mary did this when she was 12. One, there's no actual biblical statement that says that age. That is certainly the view of certain scholars, but it's irrelevant to the point anyway. My question is, did your prophet do this? And check it. Whether Mary did something will be irrelevant. His prophet, 85 times in the Quran, is his example. They have to copy Muhammad so far down to the fact that in the Quran and Hadith, you have statements about how he used the bathroom, and you have to mimic the way that he wiped his ass. And so he's an example for them. He's the perfect example.
When everybody practiced.
Someone took their children and put them on a hot statue. You referenced Molech earlier, which is part of. Why are you talking again? Why is it not okay now?
Because the law has deemed it not to be okay now.
Okay.
And what the actions of.
Okay. I asked him about.
That's yeah, go ahead and go back and check out some of those highlights in the short section. Leandre is definitely cooking when it comes to logical fallacies and calling them out live in real time.
And that's what I wanted to do this show, so everybody will be able to do that. Like I see Leandre got a hand up already, but you too can do these same things. You can train yourself and you go find these things. People do them all the time. Like he said, some of them do them without even knowing. And it's true. I heard Roy Chess say this before too. Some people do it without even knowing. I say that everybody should learn. I don't think you're doing it because you're not no good person and you're not smart because you don't know how to do it. I think you should go learn if you don't know how, because everybody can argue. People been arguing for years before they understood about debating. These debate arguments are different though. They're about logic. Sometimes somebody can win simply because they outdo the person who has the more logical argument. Out talking with fallacy. So you need to be able to point these out so you won't be taking losses in your arguments, in your debates, for that reason right there. And not only that, you can make sure you point it out to the judges, because those are things that debates are judged on. You're not doing anything wrong when you're figuring out exactly how to form your argument. You're not doing nothing wrong because you take a mathematical equation and you use it to verify the information that you're given. Like, that's what it's for. Everybody should be able to do those things. And I think everybody will. Like I said, it just works good.
Let's watch another clip real quick. I think he goes over loaded question fallacy in this one. I didn't unmute it. Start it over.
Tried the same nonsense where you kept saying that it was recorded in Genesis. So that was
just answer the question.
I am answering the question. Answering the question.
Yes or no?
Yes. What I'm doing is I'm showing that you have a faulty premise. So your premise is
yes
faulty.
Or no? It's a yes
well,
or no
the
question.
problem is
I answered your question straight up.
No, you're asking a loaded question.
I'd like you to
you're
give me the same respect.
No, you're asking a loaded question.
You've been asking.
Question assumes the truth of something that is in dispute.
Jesse, you have to let him finish before you can say he didn't answer it.
Yes. Okay. So your question, A1, do me a favor. When you get an opportunity, share your screen again. It's a loaded question fallacy.
To make me redirect my answers.
That I'm disputing is asking me to answer. So, like, if I ask Jesse, was last time he sucked a penis, right? I'm assuming that he sucked a penis in order to say that he did one last time, right? Or we'll say, when was the last time you hit your girlfriend, right? That question assumes that he's done so. So that loaded question fallacy is a fallacy because of the fact that I'm assuming the truth of something that's in dispute. So when he says, is it acceptable for Rebecca to have been 3 years old? And that comes from a 12th, 13th century Jewish commentary. I don't have anything of saying it prior. That's not anything valid, right? Super Wavy's channel, you try.
Those are the assumptions that Roy Chess was talking about that I was telling Roy Chess. Some things you can just assume that somebody is saying because of what they say. And that's why I didn't put it in that slide, because these are things that I'm going to be using in my debates at all times. I'm trying to give people a heads up of what they can look for. I think everybody's smart enough to do it. I done put y'all on to some game. Just look it up, man. Look, I'm forming a sound, valid argument, a philosophically sound and valid argument. Well, it has to be valid before it's sound, but it can be valid and not sound, but it'll never be sound without being valid. Watch Roy Chess come to debate that. I said it just so he can.
The floor is open, Roy Chess, if you want to get in.
See if his mic working. Anybody else want to come up, man?
Real quick, go to a word from our sponsors. This weekend, Quantum Only is debating here, Sunday, March 8th. Let's get into it.
This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, Suave Boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantum-onlyism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, Quantum Truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence: does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
Yes, Sunday, March 8th, prime time, only here on Coliseum of Arguments. We got Suave Boss in the comments. You can hit that link, Suave.
Suave Boss, shout out my man Suave Boss. I can't wait to debate him.
That link is in the chat. I'll post it again. But back to you, gentlemen. Roy Chess, you want a mic check one time? See if we got it back together.
Yes, can you hear me?
Let's give it a shot. Let's go ahead. See if we can make it through.
Hey, can you put that what's the name back up there? I'll go back to that slide 9, I think it was.
You can still hear me, or am I jumbled?
A little jumbled, but it's not as bad as it was.
The environment I'm in, there's some more noise, so I can't help it.
Man. If you saying something, Roy Chess, I can't even hear you.
Oh, I wasn't. Okay. So the thing I was trying to point out before was the algorithm has many variations, and you only have one listed. So I wasn't trying to critique or anything. I'm just saying that ad homs are not the 2Q variation. So there are others. There's like 5 variations. That's one of the 5. Just to let you know that the 2Q means new 2. So it's like you hear people say that if you're not married, you can't tell you can't tell married people have a happy marriage because you're not married. You something like that?
Yeah.
Like you're single, you can't tell married people how they have a marriage. That's the youth attack. That's ad. We hear a lot. on open panels, not just in debate league thing, on open panels on channel. And they could be talking about marriage and relationship. You hear people say that if you're single, you can't tell people how to have a happy marriage because you're single.
Right. And like I said, he right. That's like I was saying on that slide. This is part of the relevance family. There's more than just these. These are just the ones that you're going to see more likely than not before you see any of the other one. Ad hominem and tu quo q. Ad hominem is where they attack the person, and tu quo q is when they say you too instead of just answering the claim. Even if you're wrong, like about the claim, they still have to answer for the premises. So you can't let them use those type of tactics to get you off your game. And you have to know when they're using those tactics and point them out. And like Roy said, there's more than just that one. Like I told y'all when I started it, all of them, each one of these, the false dilemma, when I gave you the A and B, there's more than just that one. There's more than just denying the antecedent on that one. There's more than just affirming the consequent. There's different kind of fallacy families. And under these 5 fallacy families, there are several co-categories that fall under those. So I would suggest everybody look them up if they, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, some people might not want to. Some of this might not even make sense to them. But I just think I've heard some of the arguments and things that people put on, and it's such a great debate league. I also know that some people, as good as they argument, might not just be trained or know some of the things that they should know. As you see, when Leandre, when he was showing those cuts of Leandre, he just rambled things off so fast in a proper manner because he went to school, he trained himself. I've went to school, I've been able to train myself, so I know him. And everybody should be able to do that. We all should use these philosophical tools to make sure that we provide a sound argument and no one gives us arguments that contain fallacies and actually win even though they contain fallacies. You got to point them out. You got to know them. I was listening to Leandre. I think he kind of be throwing oops in some of them debates to see if anybody gonna catch the fallacies that he give. And sometimes people don't catch. I wonder if he do that on purpose. That might be something he do on purpose. But we got any questions? Roy Chess, you want to give anything else? Roy Chess, you want to do an inference presentation with me tomorrow?
We can work on that. Yeah, how are we gonna do it? As far as slides and stuff, or you just talking?
Just talking. I mean, I'll make some slides and stuff, and we can talk about it. I think that'll be something. So another good thing to talk about.
Emphases are important. Yeah, slides so that I answer questions. Because the form, I still don't think you're getting the formal aspect of it, and I just make sure you have it so that when you do the things, put what goes on the left hand side, what goes on the right hand side matters, as in my presentation. So I would to just reinforce that if you have any questions about formalization of argument, right? So yeah. You use conditional arguments, right? Then if P, then Q. That's called the conditional argument.
Yeah.
Right. All arguments don't have to be that way, but it is common in science and in math. You will see those commonly or very frequently. The presentation I gave really used it, but there are ways to do premises without if then. Right. I used those before. all, some, none, that type of thing. People still do that once in a while. And there are rules for that. So the format matters, right? So when I say formal and informal, there's a difference between
Faulty
the two.
analogy is.
I want to play it, but not while you was talking. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh, so the things that they're talking about now with the fallacies, a lot of them are informal because it is close to how debates work, and their arguments are written down in front of you. So it's harder to detect fallacies when you can't follow along, and you have to rely on memory. You're trying to figure things out in your head, so you miss it. It is like doing long mathematics.
Excuse me.
Examples in your head. Like if I give you a multiplication problem that is digits and the one that is 5 digits,
You're breaking up bad, Roy Chess. You're breaking up bad. That's crazy. We couldn't get none of that.
Man, he telling some good. I know he telling some good. He telling about what he, but that's what I think we should do, Roy. Maybe we should do premises first. Show people how to form a premises first before we even go into.
Well, we already started with these, so let me go and tell DeAndre break it down another one real quick.
Oh yeah.
Faulty analogy is a logical fallacy where comparisons are made between two things that are not similar enough in relevant ways to support the conclusion. So the problem is the disanalogy here with your really, really stupid question is that I pointed out that he's told over 85 times, or at least 85 times in his holy book, to mimic the Prophet Muhammad's actions, including the way he wiped his ass. Okay, so that is a perfect example for Muslims to follow. Okay, so they're told to mimic him in all sorts of ways. Like he knocked down 12 women or so in a single night, and stamina and all that kind of stuff.
Told to follow.
So anyway, so if you show me the actions of imperfect men, right? Those aren't perfect examples for me to follow. His is going to be a perfect example for him to follow. He is here apologizing, making excuses for the actions of his prophet, saying that those are morally upright. A faulty analogy is a logical fallacy where comparisons are made between two things that are not similar enough in relevant.
So yeah, when you can call him out like that, that was a funny day. He was getting on him about the prophet and Aisha, and he was just calling out all of the fallacies and the apologetics he was giving, and it was just it was bad. And then somebody tried to jump in and help him, and they both just got it.
Yeah,
I think Jay caught them strays trying to help. Allah's most gracious warriors. Shout out all three of them, gentlemen. Yeah, you can go check that out in the short section on Titans Debate League. We do cut up and post shorts on a regular basis. Yeah, that was funny. We see if there's any more here.
And here's the problem, though. During the he's here defending men marrying 6-year-olds today because his prophet is a perfect example, okay? And I told you that I'm making moral absolute arguments saying that there are absolute wrongs and absolute rights in certain situations. But I'm saying that someone looking at a baby as she crawls through and try to marry a baby, I'm saying that's wrong, that's creepy. And you're not willing to say that, so you are yourself a creep, and you can probably say 1,000 people listen to it. So
what I'm saying
the moral
right
argument,
now,
I'm still in the middle of talking. He's here defending men marrying here commotion right outside of his window. Look outside. Maybe you can ask the question I asked you because I asked the question that you didn't answer anything you said. Are you on drugs?
And we don't do that.
Maybe you can ask the question.
Yeah, go catch some of that heat, man. That was a good episode. That was King Jay's first episode, I think, where he went in. Somehow it got shifted to Allah, and that's where we ended up on that one. Yeah. Some highlights. Go ahead. Back to you, gentlemen. Jose, to the panel. How you feeling today?
Yeah, good. What's up?
Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
Roy Chess is bringing across a good analogy of how debating is supposed to work. But we know in YouTube world, it doesn't work that way. It really doesn't work that way. It should, but it doesn't. It just don't. Because sometimes that format doesn't fit YouTube. There's an academic format, which is the right thing to do, but we're on YouTube, so you have to take into account we're on YouTube. So everything is not going to work that smoothly, even though it should. If that makes sense.
I got you, Jose. I understand what you're saying for sure. But that's why I say I was just trying to get people hip to some of the things that they could see, because some of these you see in formal or informal debates. Um, and then, like you said, though, I understand exactly what you're saying. Some of the debates, um, the topic that they're debating just isn't set up in that type of argument form where you can find fallacies.
And then you just have stupid, obnoxious people who nobody likes. That's a whole nother story. They're just
That's
stupid and
me.
obnoxious and nobody likes them.
That's me.
So that's a whole nother story.
Shout out Silverback the Caesar to the panel. How you feeling? Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
No, I'm just listening right now.
All right, pass it around. Humble Mystic, you've been quiet over there.
I'm here. You know, I'm just listening. Just doing a little bit of running around as well back here with my baby. But I know Jose was speaking about the difference between I guess we could say debate formats in an academic setting and on YouTube. I would say that the things that we debate here on YouTube are normally religious, like based, like is your religion real? Is your religion not real? Is your belief? Is your non-belief? And I would honestly say that we need to use a lot of these strategies, loaded questions, certain fallacies, and learn how to use them skillfully in debate, right? So one can even defend themselves, even if they are on the wrong side of the argument, right?
Mhm.
So for an example, me and brother Capone had a debate recently about, the anachronism of the Chaldees, right? And a lot of times in that situation, loaded questions are easy because either you're going to agree with the truth or you're just going to make something up. But it's harder to come from the opposite side of that and to try to throw a loaded question in there or to try to point out a fallacy or things of that nature. So these are some things that if you are a debate on a debate scene, and no matter what side you're arguing, right, these are some skills that people should be taking note of and like looking to integrate into the styles and ways they debate. You know what I'm saying?
Straight up. That's what I believe too, Humble Missy. That's why I'm saying I'm just pointing out, because that's what it would just make the debates that much more better. Not only that, it sharpens you up to see things that you didn't even look for in debates before. You know what I'm saying? And it's just no, not down talking on nobody or nothing like that. It's just like I said, if I wouldn't have formed this art, if I wouldn't have formed the argument that I did form, I probably wouldn't know none of this. But I was actually trying to find the answer to what I was looking for, and this is what it took. So this is what I came up with. But like my man Humble Mystic said, like Jose said, just like Roy Chess implied, there's things that we can go about. We might not be in the right settings for it. When you are in those settings, you want it. But even when you aren't in those type of settings, you still want to be able to see these type of things when it comes to arguments, because that's just what a good debater or a good intellectual, I feel, should do.
You see, Reuters, you may not realize this, but you're a unicorn. You're doing it for the love of the game. It's about 5 of you who do it for the love of the game and wanting to teach people. Some people just like to argue and call it a debate. And they have no strategy other than to argue into the ground and to try to frustrate you into acting crazy and out of character. You're doing it because you really want to teach people and you really love debating. So it's about, just so you know, probably about 5 of you on YouTube. Just so you know. Just so
No,
you know,
that's a
right there.
fact.
There's about
It's
5 of you, so you're just gonna have to deal with it.
right. No, that's a fact. It's a difference between just coming and wanting to argue and someone who's debating out of passion. This is what we do. And this is why, just like rapping, right? I feel like a good MC should be able to rap a whole 32 bars without a curse word, right? Um, a great debater should be able to get his points across, clear, concise. Even if they get a little passionate, right? Not lose control and not have to attack someone's character. You see what I'm saying? And so it's things of that nature that as intellects we test ourselves up against, right? Can I get in a heated arena where nobody agree with me and keep my cool and still be able to present, what I need to present in a structured manner, right? Am I able to see both sides of the argument? Am I able to debate both sides of the argument? If you're a debate like myself, like I really in a lot of debates, I've really just been having a lot of religious debates, but like when we go general, right? Who's greater, Michael Jordan or LeBron, right? Just those type of debates. Who was a better speaker for our people, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, right? Those type of debates, I structure myself to where as though I could take either side and hold a strong argument. And that's, as intellects and debaters, that's something that we should be able to proud ourselves on doing, right? Not only knowing our own position, but knowing our opponent position well enough that even if it came down to it, you could argue your opponent position. You see what I'm saying? So,
But you see, my kind of apprehension for getting into the YouTube debate scene is that these guys are super duper unnecessarily aggressive.
yeah,
And I don't play that unnecessarily aggressive thing. These guys will come out and talk about your mother, your grandmother, all this type of crazy stuff. And I don't have the patience, because my mother always told me don't play fight because it turns into a real fight.
yeah,
So I don't play like that.
yeah.
So
That's
that's one of my
around.
reasons I really don't want to get into it, because they super duper unnecessarily aggressive and out of context.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. But that's around where tough skin and self control play a part. You see what I'm saying? Um, it is. I look at it like this, right? When people have to attack your character, that means they're losing in the information war, right? They have to change the direction of the conversation from what we're really talking about, what matters, to something that don't matter. And that's how you have to start looking at things of that nature. Is just, what I'm saying? I actually just had something like that the other day. But it's like, hey, listen, that's how you tell where somebody else's mind is. You see what I'm saying? Damn, yo, why you? Oh, okay. That's what this is about. You know, so it's observation. There's a lot that goes into honing yourself mentally, preparing yourself mentally to get into these spaces. Right? It's just like this is no different than the fighting space. This is no different than the bodybuilding space. This is no different than, right, all of these other physical athletic sports spaces that we see around us, right, where we can tell who's the jocks and who's the phonies. This intellectual space is the same way, right? When you actually come in and you're looking to be an intellectual and you're looking to see who's actually intellectual and who's not, you can actually spot that out pretty easy.
Like I said, there's only about 5 or 6 real people on YouTube who fit that description. And
Mm-hmm.
while people talk about that, the same individuals who have real life accreditation are the ones who get chastised on YouTube as if they don't know what they're talking about. People who spend 25, 30 years into academia and deal with real academics get a hard time on YouTube.
No,
Because
that's
people because people are not, they don't want to learn. Those type of channels don't like my channel don't get views.
Yeah.
Because they want you coming and cursing and act ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna do that. They want you to bring on people who you don't respect just to get views. And I'm not going to do that. If I think you're imbecile, then I'm not going to bring you on my channel to imbecile up the place. You have to come and say something intelligent. You can't just come one day so I could get views.
That makes sense.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. And it's no offense to any other channel, but I can't do it.
Yeah.
Because I listen to some people talk about Kemet and Africa and all these things, and I realize they're reading Wikipedia and don't even know what they're reading. They don't even know what they're reading. They're making a whole argument about color and talking about Nubian this and this and that, and they don't even know what they're reading. They don't even know the difference between a general people group and an actual specific ethnic group, or what we call a racial classification. They don't know that.
Yeah.
They don't know the word Moor means what the word Nubian means. They don't know what that means. That's a broad term. A whole group of people in Africa.
Listen, or to piggyback really fast, some people don't know the difference between an ethnic group and a class, right? You'll find people running around here just calling anybody a certain group of people. And you'd be like, yo, what basis are you calling these people one group of people? Oh, well, this is what they classified as history. Yeah, but this is a class. This is not an ethnic group. So you can't. Again, people do half-ass research, and they come and argue that half-ass research.
And this is exactly. I'm with you. That's why I say I respect you, because a lot of people don't understand when you use terms like Nubian or Moor. That is just a broad, really sort of Eurocentric term. It doesn't exist when you go into the indigenous people. That word doesn't exist. So you run into this wall when you go back too far. You can't use those words like Berber, Moor, Nubian. Those words don't exist. Those are anachronistic terms that people are using to describe a whole group of people. When you talk to the people, they don't accept those terms.
Yeah,
they're like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. We go back longer than that. And this is the thing that you had to get this Greekified European scholarship and stop using Greek terms for our ancestors. And that is why people run into problems. And secondly, they just don't read nothing other than Wikipedia. They never read a PDF in their life. They never read a book in their life. Bro. So they don't know. They never read a primary text in their life, but they're arguing with you. They never seen the language. They don't know what it look like. You put it in front of them, they're going to get confused and they're going to pass out. But they argue with you on the topic. You can't do that. Even the experts recognize that the linguists are the ones who are very important in dealing with these arguments, because these are the ones who are supposed to know. But they take liberties themselves and start to confuse you. That is why they always tell me when using things like TLA, you have to be careful. You have to have some knowledge of the language, because you'll get in trouble. Because they extra whoop it and put extra sauce on translations. And if you don't know, you don't know. You'll get caught out there saying something and be looking crazy. So
and that's and if I could piggyback once again, that's another way to tell who's about this business and who's not, right? You'll see a lot of people, and they'll generalize the word scholars, right? They won't give you any names. The scholars agree with this, and you be like, what scholars? Like, give me some scholars that say what you're saying, and they won't be able to give you any, and that's because they don't do this. Just like Jose just said, they go read on Wikipedia. Like, yo, a Wikipedia article don't teach you everything about a subject. This is why you have to go read books. Go read up what scholars say. Go read the books that the scholars write, right? The linguists write, right? And at a certain point, it get to, okay, well, what scholars are saying what linguists are saying what. And this is something that we have issues with when we do deal with the Kemetic, knowledge, right? You can't read Wallace Budge, right? If you just getting into the Kemetic tradition and things of that nature, you pick up the Book of the Dead by Wallace Budge, okay. But then after a while, you have to get to a point where you can say, okay, I know his translations is not the best. So now let me go find someone whose translations is the best. And then I can compare the two translations. Then I can get a third translation. And I can say, okay, well, what separates these two? And then you get to play, and then you get an understanding. And then you get okay, this is where this person was coming from with it. This the mindset this person have of it. And that's important, because that right there dictates what you tell the other people. right? This is why we have so many brothers running around here talking about the Netarua gods, the Netarua gods, because Wallace Budge called them gods. So, it's all about you. You got to check your own information as well. Make sure you're doing your own due diligence.
Agree, but the thing about Budge is some of his translations are not that bad. I think his main problem is transliteration sometimes, not necessarily translation. Because you'll see him put up a word and you look at the transliteration and it doesn't match the translation. Because at that time he wouldn't have understood the nuances between certain different words and different things of that nature. So people generally use him because he was the one who translated and correct what they need to correct. Because a lot of text you could only find his translations. A lot of these texts he translated, but you have to know sometimes how to correct and take it with a grain of salt sometimes and tell people, I'm reading this. And, there's definitely going to be a little bit of some problems with the transliteration and possibly the translation too.
But see,
I have read Budge's work, and his translations are not all that bad. It's his transliteration.
Right. We have some other ones too, like people may not have known that Nfudishi has translations, right? Has his translations of the Makham Haru, the book of Coming Forth by Day. Who else has another one? I believe Baba Haru have one. So we got some people out there look like us that also have like translations and not even to be on a more biased account, but when you look at the work of like Nfudishi, who's someone who also speaks the language, like he's a linguist, he speaks Metal Nature. When you can see the differences in mindset people come from when they're translating or transliterating, right? Because one person is coming from a place of understanding, a place of cultural grounding, and the other person is coming from a certain worldview. And so it's things like that as well that you have to look at when you're comparing these texts. There's a whole lot to look at, man. It just don't see people miss the hard work of what goes into actually being a researcher, actually calling yourself a scholar, actually being brave enough to put a lot of this information out there, right? There's a lot of comparative text. There's a lot of going over the same things many times, repetition. Just because you want to make sure that when you do finally tell somebody something, you don't want them to be misinformed. You don't want them to go somewhere or go off of the path somewhere. You see what I'm saying? That's what you have going on around here, definitely in the Hebrew Israelite community. They tell you any damn thing over there, man. Man.
I definitely agree with you, but you know what I've learned? We have to give these early European scholars credit, because even though some of them might have been racist and off center, they put a lot of work into what they did. These guys actually hand drew and recreated some of these texts and different things. So I'll give them credit for that, because if you look at some of these older books, they actually drew these things. So we can have them, and so I give them the credit for the work that they put into it.
Right. I was, you know what?
I'll give them credit for that, because they did put some work into it.
I was saying this, I think, early on another page, that I don't have issues with European scholars or I don't have issues with them. I have issues with the ones who manipulate the information. Right, I don't mind. Go do your research. We was talking about that, wasn't we? A1 earlier about a European receiving a W.E.B. Du Bois award. And I was saying the same thing there. I don't have an issue with that. My thing is, don't manipulate the information. If you want to go and do research, if you're going to go and get evidence, if you're going to go to actually piece together history and put it in its proper context, go do that. But don't go in there with no agenda. Oh man, we got to make it seem like we was ruling the planet during this time, so let's make these figures. No, don't do all of that, because then that make it harder for people like myself, who, when I really want to go and find the real information, now I gotta dig beyond layers of BS just to get to the true ruins, and then I gotta put those. So it's just that those are the issues. Those are the people I hate.
Yeah, but that's the nature of the beast. That's the kind of people that we're dealing with. They'll look you in the face and tell you have no history. But when you look into their museums, everything in the museum looks like you. You never see. You go to the British Museum and you never see you never seen a picture of King James. You never seen a picture of nobody that looks like them, but you have no history.
There you go.
You go into the Vatican. The ancient Kemet is devil thing, but everything in the Vatican Museum look like you. So what's that? They steal your artifact, put it in the middle of their religiousness, and use it to determine their religious holidays. People don't know that. People don't even know. So people don't even know that obelisk in Central Park is real. They don't even know that. They don't realize that they think that's something fake. They don't realize you got to look at the evidence. They can tell you exactly where they stole it from. But then they can tell you have no history and you have no culture. But everything in the museum looks like you. Everything they pride themselves on in their society came from people that look like you. But you have dum-dums telling you, no, they wasn't black. No, they didn't look like you. But the artifacts tell you a different story.
Yeah.
So why are we trying to say they had a fight with people based on skin color? That was never true. There was never no religious or war based on that in that sense.
Yeah.
It's just we have a culture that we have to maintain. If you go against the culture, you got to get beat up.
Yeah.
We want to control our space, and we as Black people in 2026 should understand why they had to control their space, because we don't control our space. And look at the mess we're in. You know, if we were able to take their lead and say, listen, if you come around acting crazy, you get slapped up. We probably would have been better.
You know what's crazy? When an African can come on a platform and tell African Americans they have no culture, and y'all continue to have a regular dialogue, like, that's not disrespectful. It's an issue with that.
But you have to. But you also have to understand, when you're dealing with people who have such a long history of actual culture and civilization, they are not going to look at what we as so-called African Americans do as anything culturally important. They wouldn't see it that way. And you have to understand their reasoning behind them saying that. They don't look at what we do as culture. That's not how they see culture. No matter what they're practicing now, they don't see it that way. So in their mind, and our understanding, that's a fair assessment coming from our brothers on the continent. That's a very fair assessment. And you have to understand you have to talk to them, understand why they say that. They don't see hip-hop music and these things as being anything culturally of value.
That's true, but then
that's you're right.
But that's crazy. You know what's interesting, and the reason I even made that comment, because I have seen, I was just watching that, right, where it was FBAs, and they had this African dude on, and he was explaining this very same thing, how he was saying the clothes we wear, the music we play, right, the how we speak, right, like that's not culture. But then when we look back at him, we have to say, well, why is everybody doing it? Why is everybody wearing their hat backwards? Right? Why is everybody speaking Ebonics? Why is everybody sagging their pants? Why is everybody wearing big diamond necklaces and getting fronts? And why, if this isn't culture, why everybody listening to Jay-Z, 50 Cent? If this is not culture, why, when we go around the world, this is what we see? And they all say the same thing. We do it because we see y'all do it on TV.
Can I chime in? Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. So maybe this is just a, I guess maybe they think that culture means something that's uniformed and not mixed, right? So America is a melting pot, and let's say a place like Nigeria is not a melting pot, like America, it's like New York, for example. New York, a lot of cultures. So when you say someone is a Black American, let's say in New York, like where I'm at, right? What do we have in common? All people are Black Americans in New York. I mean, that much.
You're breaking up bad, right, Tess. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know what's
breaking
going
up
on. You're
bad.
breaking up bad. You might have go out and come back, and you're breaking up
Yeah.
bad.
All right.
So if I can really fast, just to give a little example, right? Because I was listening to Roy Chess, I heard a little bit about what he was saying. The thing itself is culture, right? Mariachi bands is a Hispanic thing. That's culture, right? Mazel tov, right? When Jews get married, that's culture, right? When we say that rap music, hip hop, right? That came from New York. That's culture. We can't just take that away. Oh no, it might have been invented there, but it's not theirs. No, that's theirs. So like things like that is culture. Chopped cheese is culture, right? Like things like that. And this is why when we start talking about culture, this is why I get into people such as James Baldwin and Angela Maya Angelou, because they literally, even back in their times, they described our culture so seamlessly as if we was there, right? The fact that when you wake up in the morning for school, you smell. It's funny because my daughter was just doing her hair, but you smell the hot comb going through your sister's hair, right? You got what he was saying, the smoke alarm going off because mama cooked breakfast. Like things of this nature is culture, man. And we just can't sweep this under the rug and be like, oh yeah, well, we ain't got no culture for real, because everything is just a melting pot. No, our people did this.
Humble, I'm with you, but I think you're missing. You're not wrong, but remember, everything that's core about the so-called African American, the language, the love of the wealth, that is really African. That really comes from our African ancestors. That is a genetic thing that we picked up from our African ancestors. Even when you hear see how Jamaicans talk, that's very African. Yeah. Even our genetics is very African, so we're not leaving out the African part of it, but we're taking it somewhere.
Right.
But they as Africans can't respect that, because if it's not a high form of what we call spiritualism, or goes back to that, they really would not accept it as a culture, and you can't get past that, because everything in African culture has a deeper meaning other than just what you see. The trees, the plants, the cup, the bowl, the water, everything has a higher meaning.
Mm-hmm.
So when they see you running around with your pants off your backside, that doesn't have any meaning to them. And I don't think it should have any meaning to us either.
It's funny because
I really don't think it should.
But see, here's the thing about that, right? So now when people ask us, that's a conversation they got into too. But people don't know. Hold on one second, my dog's tripping. But
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, Roy Chess. Give me 1 second and we get right back.
Yeah.
But people don't know certain things came from. Hold on 1 second.
Am I clear?
Nope, it's Borgen again.
Oh, it's Borgen again. Jeez. All right, hold on.
It's like clear, like when you're talking, when it's not Borgen, but it's when it Borgs.
How about now?
I heard that clear.
No?
Yeah. Sounds good so far. Are you on your phone or a computer?
Wow.
Okay, wow. Yeah, that was loud.
That just went bad real quick. I don't know what happened there. Now it's just static. Hey,
He's
man.
muted out until he figures it
Yeah.
out.
Hey, A1, you have some good debates coming up, huh?
Yeah, I got some good debates coming up.
Now,
March 14th, we have, well, you know, since you brought it up, might as well go to a word from our sponsors.
It's Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects. Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, suave boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, quantum truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence: does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
And that is this Sunday, March 8th, only here on Titans Debate League. Make sure you don't miss it. Back to you, Jose.
Now, everybody here knows where I stand on the first debate, so I don't have to waste time even talking about that one. You know where I stand on that on the side of that. I'm not on the Israelite side. Even though I like the individual, I'm not for the argument.
Yeah, that's March 14th.
Now, as for the second one, I think as humans we definitely need Mother Nature and Father Time as human beings, because we're not infinite beings. So time is very important to human beings, and both definitely go hand in hand. When you're a human being and you have a finite life that you're trying to live, you have to put that time in to get the maximum out of it. But here's something interesting. In ancient Kemet, the earth is a masculine persona, right?
I didn't know that.
Yes, Geb, the earth is a masculine persona because in ancient Kemet, they see fertility as something masculine.
Okay.
As something that gives as opposed to taking. Because when they talk about Asar, they will show you effigies of him, and they're actually growing wheat out of these different effigies of Asar. So they take that idea and they flip it to the other way. Earth is not feminine. Earth is a masculine persona, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So you should probably look into that and check that out, because I think you find that very interesting.
Oh, I definitely will. That as soon as you said that it made me want to look into it, because it seems like to me, like I said, when I see Father Time and Mother Nature, it's still people that still want to keep that that feminine essence out of there for some reason. And so now they've been going to, I heard somebody else say that about how Earth wasn't had a masculine or just that what you said. So I'm gonna go look at that.
Yeah, in ancient Kemet, Earth has a masculine persona, Gab.
Okay, so what's the if and I might, but do Kemet have the feminine side of spirituality?
Yes, yes. You have like a Set, who's who's a mother deity. Then you have Mut, who's a mother deity as well. Then you have Sekhmet, who was actually Heteru, who was transformed into this aggressive kind of feminine feline, because according to the story, Ra came down to Earth in a physical form, and he was made fun of. So he set up Sekhmet to be his avenger, and she became bloodthirsty and started killing everyone. And then they took these bars of wine, put some red ochre dye in it, and she drank that, and she calmed down, and then she became another incarnation. So that's so those are some interesting stories you can look into as well.
Okay. Now my next question is the feminine and the masculine, how do I say, on the same level, or do they look at one as higher than the other?
I mean, I would say when you look at the culture, they don't down women. The men are the rulers, but they have to have the right bloodline from the mother in order to rule. They have to come from what they call the king's great wife, which is the primary quote unquote queen. She would be the one that rules beside him. And you have to come from that particular bloodline in order for you to rule. So when they talk about dynasties,
real quick, let me see that background again, Manson. I see you. Were you teaching today?
Yeah, I'm still at work. Yeah.
Oh, you still at work? Okay, well, but ladies and gentlemen, hold on, because we've got a special guest stepping into the Coliseum, a mathematician, a scholar, a teacher of deep knowledge. When numbers, logic, and truth collide, this man is right at the center of it. Everybody welcome Master Hercules. Give him a round of applause.
Well, Master.
Hey. What's going on, yes? I know y'all was just having a convo about the masculine and feminine, male and female what was it, Kemet, or just African spirituality period? Because that's in all African spirituality, the male and female principle. But I jumped in because you talked about culture. You getting into culture, and I was just thinking about the stuff, and I had posted that, you know, when we talk about hip hop, I said hip hop is not our culture. We started it, but it's not ours anymore, because now it belongs to the world. You know, you got Nazis in Germany, you know, rapping now. You know what I'm saying? It belongs to everybody now. You know, and it's the thing, like the brother Humble, he brought up like mariachi. You think about mariachi bands. You think about salsa. You know, Kumale and stuff. You immediately know that that's like Mexican or Cuban. You know what I'm saying? You immediately know that. And when you see other people doing it, you still know that that's Mexican culture. Whereas with hip hop now, we can't do that, because everybody else, we didn't gatekeep it. You know what I'm saying? We allow other people to exploit our people. You know, we got exploited and took it around the world now. You know what I'm saying? And now that's why I'm like this. A brother, I was talking to a brother. He had pointed that out to me. He said it don't belong to us no more. It belongs to the whole world. When we were talking about culture, it just made me think of something, you know, from Amos Wilson. Amos Wilson was saying, the psychology of a culture is to a great extent a symbolic I can't even read right now. A symbolic participant of the kinds of experiences forced upon a group of people by their history. We must recognize that. We must recognize the immediate relationship between culture history, and personality. If we do not know our history, then we do not know our personality. And if the other history we know, if the only history we know is the other people's history, then our personality has been created by that history. And so when Jose was saying, that came from the falsification of the African consciousness. And so what Jose was saying, y'all was saying like the African people disrespect us.
Hold that book back up for me while you're talking.
You know, saying that African people disrespect us, for not having a culture. You gotta think that they're looking at us being Americans, and we always say what? We always say white people ain't got no culture. They got their shit from us. White people. So when the brothers overseas, they looking at us because we've been living with white people for so long, we act like them. So they say, hey, y'all ain't got no culture. But we know we got a culture. We know we have, we developed our own culture here in America. We carved out a culture. But I can understand where they coming from, though. You know what I'm saying? I can understand where the brothers overseas, where they coming from and why they would say that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's not disrespectful, but I try to tell the kids, like, man, I'm in elementary, and I tell these kids come in, they singing the latest rap songs. I tell them that's music you shouldn't be listening to, but they listen to it because their parents play it around them. So I'm like, that's adult music. You shouldn't be listening to that. And they like, man, I can listen to it. My dad. And I'm like, yeah, but I never played that stuff around my kids because I realized that this music is crazy, but it's like a lot of us, it's too many of our people that don't realize that, and they still let the kids they raising them up, and they don't realize it. And if, like Amos said, I remember he said, if all you know growing up is getting money, shaking your butt, selling drugs, killing other black people, what are you going to grow up to do? I mean, they ain't gonna be everybody, but what I'm saying, that's what the music is teaching our kids. They just said main thing is about money, women, drugs, killing other black people. That's the main things in our music. And how do you teach culture? You teach culture through music, song and dance. So it's crazy. It's weird. I mean, not weird, but it's a lot of work we got to deal with, though. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of work, man. It's crazy, though.
Now, Mansa, when they say we don't have no culture, is they talking about religiously, or is they like what?
You talk about African people? I think African people, the brothers and sisters from overseas, I think they're just talking about, they're looking at us, and they're just talking about us. Not our culture. If we're not having the culture, it's like Jose said, we don't have something that's like that has meaning behind it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you walking around shaking your butt in the video. You know what I'm saying? Every time you see these women or they on the gram, they always got to show their butt and shaking their butt. It's like, what's the purpose of that? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I tell women all the time. I type in the post all the time. People all the time. I said, I've never met a woman with a PhD going around shaking her butt.
Mm-hmm. Also, I just want to piggyback off of you, brother Hercules. I agree with what you were saying. I just want to, when we deal with the music, right? And I would even make an argument, the music that's going around in the young children generation now isn't even our culture, because that's put out by Jews, right? When we go back in the day and we had people like Lupe Fiasco, right? Lauren
said that with a hard J, bro. You gotta watch that.
You know what I'm saying?
Put that hard
So
J on
it's
that.
like you said the hard. I mean,
I'm clouded. I'm joking.
We know who control the studios. We know the Jews control all the music, big records. You know what I'm saying? But we know the people who want to come out on their own, they don't get pushed as hard, right? If Lauryn Hill would have came out when she was supposed to come out, right? If Lupe Fiasco would have had, is a couple of people that was in our music industry that they had a chance to make good music for our people, good soulful music for our people. I know one of my favorites right now, her name is Cyrock, amazing rapper. right? But she's not with no label or nothing. So don't nobody know about who Cyrock is. But if you listen to her music, you'll be like, yo, why we ain't listening to this?
Mhm.
So I get exactly what you're talking about, brother Hercules.
Yeah, we got changed. I don't know how we got to change it, man. It's just
Well,
I don't know, man.
I want to jump in, which I rarely do. I think music is an expression of culture. I don't think music per se would be the culture itself. So what you see is what you get, almost, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And then it becomes the paradox of, is life imitating art or is art imitating life? And then it's almost like the dog chasing the tail. We put out images and then we start to get validated and monetized for those images.
Mhm. Yeah.
We have to
yeah.
maintain that character and keep putting that, keep putting that out. So
Oh, that's actually that's one of the papers I'm working on. That I don't think I'm gonna be finished with that till probably the end of the year. I'm working on there's a correlation between the rise of gangster rap and ballads in the black communities.
and
So
it's real,
yeah, and it is crazy. Like, but like you said, it's like who's pushing it? You know what I'm saying? Remember, I don't know if y'all remember. Y'all remember, back in the day, it was what Run DMC. KRS-One, Public Enemy. LL and them. But when they was rapping, their songs wasn't always about, especially it wasn't about making white people rich. That's one of the things that annoys me the most. These brothers nowadays, all they do is bragging about what they got, and everything they bragging about is just how they making white people rich. Gucci and Louis. I'm buying. Look at what I'm buying. I got this. It's like everything you buying. It's like you just talking bragging about making white people rich, man. What the hell? But back in the day, it wasn't like that. And then it got switched. You know what I'm saying? It got switched, and the more you see that promotion. That of especially
Black Power piece of the panel, man.
What's up, Suave? Especially that gangster rap, got pushed out there, and the more the bragging rap got more pushed out there, and so it's like what you're saying. Who's pushing the culture? Is the culture driving it, or is the art driving it? You know what I'm saying? So it's not a hard subject, but it's something definitely to deal with.
At PCUA1, respect.
Shout out Quantum.
I apologize in advance.
Why Quantum look mean? Quantum looks like he's ready to fight.
No, take some deep breaths, Quantum. He's got a battle coming up this week.
He has that look on his face like he's ready to fight.
Yeah.
Well, he got his game face on.
Yo, why
Kanye
Quantum
face.
look like Kanye right there, bro?
Yeah, he do.
He has on a Kanye stocking mask.
That's his
man.
Kanye face.
Yeah.
Yo.
So
This Sunday, Suave Boss versus Quantum Truth. Only here at Coliseum Arguments. Who's gonna win, Jermaine or motherfucker Suave Boss, man? Tune in to find out. Back to you, Suave. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. All respect. I didn't even come up here for that bomb. But yeah, Hercules. Yeah, you're triggering me. Okay. First of all, this panel is very triggering to me, right? Respect to Humble and Jose and Roy Chess and Manson. Like, Black Power. But no, brother, you find what you look for. And if you look for music with derogatory things in it, you'll find it. The thing is, you listen to the radio. If you don't listen to the radio, I don't listen to the radio. And I never come in contact with this music.
True.
You understand what I'm saying? And we already know that you can make the most positive album in the world. When you go mainstream and send it up to them execs, they're going to send your album back and say, more songs like this, less songs like that. The market looks like, because they're in for money. They're not in for culture. So they don't care about a balance. You understand? But what they do also understand is the science in sales, music, influence of art, and all of that. And so they're popularizing to children, and children who are never exposed to the other side don't have a fair chance. So what do you think that they're going to be listening to 4 or 5 years from now when they're 14, 15? And so now to take that and act like we're insane, Like black people are insane and just driven to making negative music is completely not true. That is dangerous rhetoric, which justifies the over criminalization and over policing of our people.
I think I said the majority of us. I didn't say all of us.
It's not even the majority of us.
I agree. No, I think it is the majority because you, like you said, it's who pushing it and what's
what
on the
percentage
radio.
of the black community commits crime?
What'd you say? Say it again. I hear you.
What percentage of the black community commits the crime that's in the black community?
I don't know, 5%, 10%.
1%.
Okay.
Less than 1%. If the majority, you said, is that anywhere near the majority? No. So
that's not making the music. We talking about the music, not the crime.
But who's consuming the music and why isn't it converting over to the criminal ways?
Okay, so I don't think we have a disagreement. We're agreeing on who is making how the music got put out there. That's what I. And
okay, well, what I'm hearing
what did you disagree that I said? What did you disagree what I said?
What I'm hearing is the rhetoric and propaganda that it's innately in us, right?
Mm-hmm.
That this music is being made and being represented in the way it is. And what I'm saying is that you will find that music in all cultures, but due to and like the brother Humble has said, he don't got a problem with white people, right? But he has a problem when misinformation or people manipulate. And what I'm saying is that there has been a manipulation. Yeah. And now here we are pointing at our women saying, I don't know nobody with a PhD that twerk. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. They just don't.
I don't. I said I don't.
Yeah, they twerk. You just don't. They just don't twerk for you.
I didn't say they're not out there. I just said I don't. That's a difference. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm not saying that it's 100% fact or it's 100% true. I'm saying that amongst our people, the negativity gets pushed most and is promoted most, because when you go to the clubs, when you're hanging out at the bars and stuff,
like I said, when you look for what you find, when you go to the club,
like you said, I don't listen to the radio. I don't even listen to American rap. I only listen to Spanish rap, hip hop. And the reason I switched that because I got tired of listening to the bullshit. And it is not the same, because when rappers over in Japan and China, when they rap, they don't rap about killing their own people.
That's not their culture.
Wait, hold up. Okay, then. So that's what I'm saying.
American culture is built on the weapon, the gun. So now what you're trying to say is that's unique to black people, right? So, and we're more criminals than China.
So is the Western. So is European culture. It was built on the weapon.
And that's why they sing country songs about their guns.
But we talk about rap. And when the Nazis rap over in Germany, they rap about killing black people.
No, the German raps. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So like I said, it's
so how come we can't rap about killing white people?
I rap about killing white people all the time. But we when you say you go to the club, when you say you
I
go
would
to the
support
bar,
that type of music any day of the week. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
There you go, God. You say you go to the club. Yes, that's what you hear. Do you hear when you go to church? No.
Y'all racist as hell.
That's not racist. It's racial. I just if white people can dance to us saying I'm gonna kill me a nigger, I think black people should be able to dance to I'm gonna kill me a cracker.
There you go.
White people should buy. That's not racist. I don't want to really murder any white people. I just want to make songs about killing white people and have white people buy it and make black people rich like we do.
Right. But it's funny, they really want to kill us though, right? It's funny, right?
Yeah, you can draw that conclusion. But yeah, but that's the dangerous, and what I was saying that was triggering me. This is another, but
yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's what you're exposing yourself to. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Let me jump in here for a second. Let me jump in for a second. The violence that this country was built on was not perpetrated by us. We were the victims along with us.
Man, what did you say, brother?
I think we joined, but then we joined in as well. We joined in as well, Jose.
But what I'm saying is that the world you live in right now was shaped by guns, cowboys and soldiers.
But
But
that's
good old
not our
We didn't
culture.
create and
You're in. Hold on. I don't know where you from. I'm from America, and the culture that my people came up in America were cowboys, policemen, criminals, and goddamn soldiers.
and don't forget the originators of the drive-by, the Italians in
The
Chicago.
Italian mobsters who became
Right.
around
So
the same
so
time.
I am saying on a whole, random violence is not African culture.
Shout out Wall Street Willie to the panel,
You
everybody.
understand?
Peace, family.
I'm pretty sure because
war had a higher purpose than just I'm gonna beat up a guy and take his stuff. No.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
African dictates a place and a time, right? So you have Africa from north, south, east to west, and all influence when people travel outside of that, that's still African. And then you have 10,000 years of, let's say, recorded history. I'm pretty sure there was some unnecessarily stupid crime going on. Let's not act like Africans walk around goddamn with suns on their head all goddamn day.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not
what I'm saying. I'm saying Africans were not conquerors. Anytime they went to war, it was something necessary as far as their culture, to rebuild their culture or to build their culture.
And I'm saying that's impossible, and you don't know that. You may have a nice collection of library books that read to you that Africans never did anything violent, but I'm pretty
That's
sure.
not what I said. I didn't say that, Swab.
Shaka was a conqueror.
That's not what I said. I never said that.
Yeah,
I
there was some
said
African
violence.
conquerors,
I
man.
said it always.
No Africans have recently invaded nobody and did none of that wicked, but yeah. They were African conquerors.
Wait, hold on.
Right.
Let me say,
But you can't compare 2026. You
Jose,
can't
hold
compare
on.
You
2026.
did that.
You gotta look back.
You cannot compare 2026 to ancient African culture. The culture
You
is
said
not-
African.
is not-
You said African culture, and so
I'm
you didn't give me a
talking
time
about
limit.
in antiquity, not now. In antiquity.
So you telling me right now there's no
did
But Swab,
stupid Africans doing stupid shit
But
in the
Swab,
street?
you got to include in your information that today they're influenced by Europeans and Arabs.
I never said they didn't do things that we might think are crazy.
You just said there was no African conquerors. Are you talking about presently today?
You said that. I said.
You can't be talking about the
That's
Hutus and the
crazy. He tried
Tutsis.
to say I said
You can't be talking about
The
the
Houthis
Hutus
and
and the
Tutsis, the Houthis and Tutsis was influenced by the Germans. That was not an original organic movement. That was influenced by the Germans.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. The atrocities they did weren't defined by German instruction, right? They did what they
was
did.
living under colonialism at the time, brother. They was living under colonialism at the time.
We've all
And for
lived
how
under
many
it.
years were they living under German colonialism and acting and picking up their traits and their behaviors?
But what I'm saying is, if you make that distinction that they weren't doing the things that we were doing, well, I would agree with that. I would say even the Bloods and Crips massacres, right, they pale in comparison to what Charles Taylor's done, right? Like, that's just a bad argument. Like,
Again,
Africans are definitely
Charles
conquerors.
Taylor was a product of Western culture, though.
So
Jose was talking about. What Jose was talking about was purely black people that have not been influenced by Western culture or Arab culture.
Who in America hasn't been influenced by Western culture?
No, he was talking about African people though. In Africa.
But Wall Street Willie, I'm talking about ancient culture. I'm not talking about this modern mix of all this wild stuff that's going on now. In antiquity, you did not see Africans fighting and conquering generally just to fight and conquer. And if they were to expand their borders, they said in ancient Kemet, I'm doing this to expand my borders and be greater than my father.
There was a purpose, right?
Right, but I'm saying when you hear them say that, that wasn't the dominant mentality that they was fighting just to fight. They fought for unification, they fought for reunification, they fought to keep their culture. You hear
So
some
my
of them say, I
argument
just
would
want to
be,
take this. No,
like even with Black America, they were looking to certain, wars that we've had in Black America, in the Black community. A lot of it was about territory.
I am not against that, but the mentality of modern Africans is not the same as ancient Africans. Ancient Africans generally did not want to conquer the world and kill everybody. They wanted control of their particular immediate environment so they could practice their culture without being uninterrupted.
So
and
you
they
don't
took that
think
very
Africans on
seriously.
the continent are on that same page now? Because I don't think they're looking at
I'm
the
no, no,
world
no,
at all.
no, 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 I'm with you in 2026. I'm talking about in antiquity. We all messed up in 2026, even
No, but
down to
that's
how we looked.
but look what I'm saying. I'm saying even with antiquity, right? Like I don't think Africans now have a mindset or a view that's much different from their past. They're not looking to be conquerors. They're not looking to invade Germany or get King Leopold back in Belgium, right? Like it's still to this day about territory.
I'm with you, but the main motivation behind some of these fights is just purely religious fanaticism
Thank you.
and un-African thinking that they were polluted by.
I won't
Muslims are
disagree with
killing
that.
Christians. That has nothing to do with. That's not their culture. Because Christianity is not African culture.
When you
Islam
look
is
at
not
what's
African
Who
going
is
culture.
on with
black
the
people? Who is
AES,
black people conquering today?
Black people were never conquerors, and that's just a
Okay, so
historical
I'm
fact.
saying, so what is you comparing to what? You comparing hip hop to conquering?
No, I'm shifting to another topic that we're talking about now. And when you to make you understand that when you are talking about hip hop, that is not
that was
something
the
that
connection
Africans
I was
view
trying to
as.
make.
No, I'm saying no. I shifted and I went way far afield from that conversation. But what I'm saying is when you look at Africans and they see hip hop and the things that we do, it serves no purpose. Even in African culture,
So you
music
back on
serves a
hip hop?
purpose. Right? No, music serves a purpose. The movements serve a higher purpose than just shaking your backside. So when they see
Nah,
you
not
just
that.
dancing just to attract someone, they wouldn't consider that culture. The things that we
This is
say and do a
culturally
lot of times
inappropriate.
have no purpose compared to
It's
Africa.
culturally
Everything they say and
inappropriate.
do have
This
a
is
purpose.
culturally inappropriate.
Okay, bet that's cool. I mean, we get that, but everybody's not like romantically in love with Africa to the point that they can't be a Black American in 2026. Like all of us don't got to get an ankh tattooed in the middle of our forehead and
I,
the
I,
eyebrows.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not against what you're saying. I'm just pointing out that
So
their
you being
view.
judgmental as an African.
No, no. I'm just pointing out that we have to understand their viewpoint as people who have a history of high culture. They will not see what we're doing as culture, and you can't fault them for that. That's just
Okay, fuck
that they are.
them.
That's
Fuck
something inherent
you.
But
with them.
I would say this though, right? Like you don't get that glorious response, right? That I Show Speed got when he went all over Africa and met with kings and everything else without the culture. It's the culture that was why they worship this regular YN. You know what I mean? It was the culture.
No, no, that's not true.
No, that's I would. That's not the culture.
They treated him. They treated him the way that they would treat any one of their brothers who came home. They would
They
welcome you
didn't
home because
treat
you are
Tariq
their
like
lost
that.
son.
Okay, then. So they would treat Tupac like that. They would treat Easy E like that. They would treat
But wait,
goddamn
wait, wait.
21
They
Savage
didn't
like that.
treat Tariq like that.
You know why? Because they probably viewed Tariq Nasheed as a decisive jackass.
Correct.
You don't know his culture. So he would get that and he looked for that.
But they doing that for 21 Savage too, man. And
He
then
looked for that.
what
He
another
looked for
thing I
that.
was
And
hearing,
I bet
Yo,
you,
you wildin'.
and I
another
bet
thing
you
that I
any
want to
amount of
touch on
money.
that the panel was going on is let's talk about decorum during debates. Like I heard a lot of disgruntled fucking whines about having flair and personality while you're debating.
I
And
know
not
ain't
just
nobody come at you. You always
Yo,
show the utmost
Suave,
decorum.
man. Don't hit her with that, man. Come on, Suave, man.
yeah,
Nah,
that's
my
all I'm
brother
saying.
Suave always showed
Come on,
decorum.
Suave.
It's like you really sitting up here telling me what I'm doing too much. Calm down. I don't. Why is my voice so loud? What is you doing, fam?
Yo, I'm out. I'll holler at y'all there, y'all.
All right, for sure. Man, Hercules.
Peace,
Peace,
family.
bro.
Have a good day, Hurt.
Brother and teacher. But so yeah, like I heard. So anybody want to reiterate any of that soft shit that y'all was saying earlier?
You got robbed last season. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm going back on mute.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Hold on, A1. Did I tell you to get that clip?
You had to.
I had to.
You had to.
The streets know that's my catchphrase. Every time the panels start getting crazy, come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Like, but yeah, absolutely. In the debate, I'm gonna talk to you like you stupid. Cause you
Yeah, I had it set to the side for you, Wall Street. You
I
told me to cut it,
appreciate you.
and then I was waiting for you to pull back up so that way I could show you.
Now I've seen. Now, I'll be honest with you. I've seen a couple of your debates, and I think you do show good decorum in debates. I wouldn't say that you don't. I think you're a great debater.
Thank you.
I do think that, but as I say, there's an inordinate amount of unnecessary aggression when it comes to YouTube debaters. You don't have to be so aggressive all the time. It's unnecessary. It's not that serious sometimes. And I'm not specifically talking to you.
No,
I
then
think
you
it's just too aggressive for me. It's just too aggressive for
If
me.
it's not me, it's Leandre.
Did you see my question and answer round against Suave Boss in our debate? Straight pressure. Go check that out, y'all.
I need to listen. People like DeAndre, people like DeAndre, I wouldn't bother to have a conversation with them sort of overinflated, egotistical Negroes because they have nothing to teach you.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even bother talking to them.
Yeah, and we ain't here to teach. And I gotta be honest with that. Like, we're not here to teach. We're not here to teach. You want to get
yes, you are.
No, that's the and there's the conflict. There's the conflict. When people come on to YouTube to debate, are we here to debate or teach? I'm here to debate.
Yeah,
if you learn something great, but I'm here for $500 at the end of this tournament. I'm not here to make sure you pass your next test. No.
You know you could do that though, Suave.
I'm pretty sure it's happened. I'm pretty sure I didn't gave somebody information. But yeah, no, this is not a research group. This is not a study group. This is the debate league where we're coming to intellectually weigh ourselves against other people who are intellectually a titan.
Hey, Suave, you know, it's funny when you talked about decorum, right? And then somebody just brought up Leandre. I watched the debate with him and Ruben.
Yeah, boy.
Right? And that, to me, was a lack of decorum as well, right? Like, lack of decorum don't always have to be me calling you a BAN, right? It's so a lack of decorum is also saying, oh, you're stupid because you didn't go to the white man's school and get your doctorate, right? Like, I work at a law firm. I'm a lawyer, like TMZ, you know what I mean? That's a lack of decorum to me as well. You know, if you're going to keep it respectful, keep it respectful.
I can see that. An insult is an insult. Yeah, I can see that. It was fun. I enjoyed the shit out of it, but it was an exhibition. I know he wouldn't come that way, you know, talking about all you came with is a Southern draw. No information. Like, I know in the structure, in a non-exhibition debate or whatever it's called, an official debate, it gets better. But yeah, boy, that was tough to watch for the people who love our brother Ruben as I do myself.
You know what the problem is? Sometimes people think that intelligence comes from getting a degree, and it does not. Because there are people who have degrees, and there's some of the stupidest people you ever want to meet with no common sense.
Yeah, you could be articulate and still show a complete lack of decorum.
Right, but what I'm saying is we have to stop letting people think because they have a degree and they say something with big words, they sound intelligent. A lot of times they don't, because they think you don't understand what they're saying. They're trying to talk over your head, and because you come on simple, they think that your vocabulary is not up to understanding what they said because they use 5 and 6 syllable words, and they're in for a big surprise. We do understand exactly what you're saying. That's why we know when you're talking nonsense. We know if every other word have to be a professional word, then clearly something is wrong and you're trying to flim-flam people. You're trying to talk over people's heads. That's not going to work. Because I think all of us on this platform and on this panel are intelligent enough to know when people are just trying to talk over your head and have nothing to offer intellectually to anybody.
Yeah.
And that is what we need to know. And we need to start to call them out when they flim-flamming and talking ridiculous.
I just wanted to make sure y'all didn't lose your mind and forget what we was here for. Because a lot of people keep coming in and talking about the quorum and, you know, this, that, and the other. Like, man, I mean, read the room, brother. Like, what you want to do? You want to be the 9th million failed debate league that tried to keep the quorum to like 100%, or you want to be the first greatest debate league on YouTube ever? Like, let's work for it, man. You know, I'm sure you'll get what you want, but yeah, I'm not sitting up here trying to compete with you in decorum. I'm not. Like, I'm here to bleed you. I'm just less insane than the rest of the people. So when they can't keep it together, I can't. You know?
I think, Suave, like when I come over here and, you know, check in on certain debates, like that debate between Leandre and Ruben was that caught my interest, right? Because those are the things I'm into. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I do think there's a place for the religious debates. I do think they do need to be had, but I get kind of burnt out by them. Like, I'm more on what was the debate you lost that I said you won? Like, y'all had a good.
Was Dr. Sabi a snake or yourself?
It was Sabi, right? Like stuff like that.
Yeah,
that intrigues me.
I want to
I mean, I'm locked in.
man. I let my brother down.
And real
Nah,
quick,
you
let's
ain't
go.
let him down.
Speaking of Leandre and Suave debating, let's go to a word from our sponsors. Real quick.
March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? History steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, Suave Boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, quantum truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence: does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
Ayo, A1.
Sunday, March 8th, only here on Titans Debate League. What's up with Wall Street?
Ayo, A1. I got to
shout out to investing out the blue 2210 in the chat, man. Shout out to the big guy. Don't get it twisted, pointing in the wrong direction, missing screw the fucked up.
Hey.
Out the blue is definitely in the building.
Oh, that's my bro, Blue?
Yeah.
Pseudo King. My big brother, Blue.
That's the master of jumping out of the window, man. That's
my God.
Window with it.
That's
he
kind
looked at that as a challenge. He looked at that debate with Yara. He looked at that as a challenge. Like, how he gonna come on?
And his bars be fire. But A1,
yeah,
I gotta give you your flowers while you can smell them, bro. Like, your introductions are A1. Like, your intros, like, and I'm gonna put my bid in, like, because I'm thinking about getting my YouTube channel kind of off the ground, because I've just been a YouTube crash out, you know what I mean, for conversations that I want to get involved in. But people been, you know, trying to push me like, yo, you need to open up some panels, like have some discussions. I need one of them intros, man. We'll figure it out.
I got you, man. I got you.
Them joints be fire. I ain't gonna lie.
I am doing work for hire, so hit me up.
That's what's up.
Need graphics, intros, voiceovers, animation.
I ain't asking
website.
for nothing for free. I ain't on public assistance, bro. I pay for service. Word.
Word.
Wall Street Willie, do you actually have a YouTube page right now?
Yeah, I got the one that you know, on StreamYard with, but I don't really like. I don't do content. Yeah.
Nah, man, I would personally love to see you develop a YouTube channel. Man. I think you have a lot to offer, and you should do that.
Yeah, you know what's funny, bro? When I paid for my StreamYard, right, and I made the mistake and paid for a year, I'm like, damn, they took how much? But when I did it, I was thinking about opening it up, but then I just started to get out there on different panels and, you know, build relationships. Like Suave, my guy. And I mean, out the blue, that's my big bro, right? So I did that for a while, but people have been pushing me like, nah, Walsh, you need to create some content. So
Hey, you
Listen.
need me, man? I got your back, man. Fuck with me.
Listen, and personally, I would love if you call it the original YouTube crash out. I would love that title for your page. I would love to see that.
one of the ideas is the Crash Out Cafe. We working on
Come on, man. You got to do that, man. You got to do that, Wall Street Willie. And when you come on, you got to come on, your camera on, with a whole collection of designer pool shiesty mags. You can call it the Crash Out Collection.
I like
You
it.
gonna call it we're not gonna call it the pool shiesty. We gonna call it the Wall Street Willie. And you come out with a whole designer collection.
Now, y'all brothers be doing good work. Like, I don't always pop out, but I do always check those debates and whatnot. And my only thing is, like, I want to hear more debates outside of religion. You know what I mean?
That's a fact. Or at least a different angle. Like less debates about your belief of religion. Like debate the facts, debate the papyrus, debate the Septuagint, the Codex Sinaiticus, the debate the real things that we know. Debate these councils. Motherfuckers keep debating their opinion on the Bible, and we still don't know about the Council of Nicaea. We still get the Council of Nicaea wrong.
Yeah, like which one is the best? I don't take those debates because I don't try to tell
Which one had
black
more
people
influence? Which one did? Which
thing
one
for
fucked
them
the
about
Bible
nothing.
up more? Yeah, bro. Like, but I don't want to. I don't debate your belief. If you believe, then that's just it. You
what it
obviously
is.
saying due to the lack of evidence, it's a belief. I'm here to debate evidence, and that's why the brother Quantum is going to get murdered on the A. Is there any type of interaction you would attempt to try to have before I did, bro?
I think the idea that we only do religious debates is like some propaganda though. Because if we go down the list of debates from should the FOP be dismantled, do white people come
No,
from
that's all over YouTube. It's
yeah,
not
I was
just
gonna
here.
say our stuff's like half and half for real.
Yeah, now that definitely wasn't a criticism of this space. You know what I mean? Because I move around in different spaces, but that is a
Yeah, that's what I'm
common
talking
thread.
about. I'm all over the channel, like, you know.
That's a common thread, though, that people who are believers always want to jump on. And you got a lot of debaters that are, you know, Hebrew or Muslim or whatever, and they always want to argue those topics. But I'm like, yo, we got to get to 2026, man.
It's not just that. It's because YouTube allows you to be who you want to be, right? And we don't get that because we come on YouTube as who the fuck we are.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have ran from the church as deacons and pastors, and they won't be accepted if they stand up with the truth that they getting from the Bible. So they run.
That is a fact.
They hiding in their girl corner with a goddamn cross around their neck, calling themselves a pastor.
But honestly, I don't think that we're getting away from religious debates anytime soon. Religion is something that affects everybody.
No, especially if you're on YouTube.
Your way of life, how you live, how you wake up, how many times a day you praying, or like it takes up a lot of people's time and a lot of.
But when I'm saying though, as an observer,
Jesus and Abraham, like if people start debating Buddha and Krishna, if people start debating other guys that were like the old,
I see what you're saying though.
Let me see two voodoo people go at it.
Yeah,
like,
no, I got a lineup of some new people though. You're right. I gotta
like people just tired of people bringing back Abraham and shit and calling it quantum shit. Like, that's all.
Oh, he went in there on a little rib shot on Quantum when he wasn't looking.
He always shoots.
Blue, the link is over here on my page. You got to come over to Titans Debate League. I don't know if I'm a moderator on Suave channel to post links.
Yeah, you gave you a rent.
I strongly disagree.
I don't know what channel you first came over there under, but I gave you a rent.
Hey, yo, Blue, me and Suave was on the panel with Jaguar, right? Like, and Stream y'all be acting stupid sometime. My boy Blue would not like miss the opportunity. He would drop, pop back out. He was like, nah, we gonna get to this pseudo. Like, I wanna have that conversation. Blue, my guy. But like, even with religion, right? Like, I'm more open to conversations dealing with how religion has affected the black community. Like, for me, I'm forward looking. So it always got to come back to 2027. Forget 2026. You know what I mean? So when we get stuck in, Silky, the Berbers, how you going to get past that, man? The Berbers. Like, I ain't trying to go back 7,000 years.
But remember something. Sometimes you have to go back to come forward, because a lot of times the best we have to offer sometimes is in the past and not the future. So you
Now,
have to
that's
show the
true.
young people what we used to be, and we can be that again, because a lot of us we're not that anymore.
But here's the problem, bro. That conversation has kind of been oversaturated, and
Thank
we
you.
haven't started to look forward. Like those Bible YouTube conversations, it's a plethora of those. You know what I mean? There's certain people that's gonna stay in that lane. But the progressive, the forward moving conversation, how does religion affect the black community? Is religion good for black commerce? Conversations like that.
What's good,
Hold
family?
up, we got a special guest to the
You
panel.
already in the building.
Shout out a
King
man who
Pseudo, what's
actually knows the
cracking?
topic. And we got out the blue in here too. Give both of these gentlemen a round of applause. A man who
Peace,
actually knows
peace,
the
what's
topic. Would
good?
you like to go first?
Yeah. I heard I was mentioned on here, so I figured we could talk about it. So
Hey, yo,
what's
Blue, you
up?
had my vote the other night,
What's
Blue.
good, Blue, man?
And the
Appreciate your
verse was
presence, God.
fire.
What's good, man? Y'all already know, man. I appreciate y'all having me on, man. Good to see
Anytime, brother.
y'all still doing y'all things, man, for real.
For sure, God.
Yeah, y'all
You
said
know,
y'all said Leandre's name like 3 times. He popped up like candy, man.
yeah, you already know, man. But yeah, like me and Wall Street Willie, we both agree that you took it too far in that debate against Roper. Okay, you were very,
Mhm.
you was harsh, brother. It was a nice
I
delivery, but but I will say this: I don't believe you will perform that way in a official debate.
So look, Swall, this the thing, right? Like, I'm not even saying he went too far. I'm just saying,
Okay,
like,
bet. So he ain't even saying that. I
strategy
said you went too
wise,
far, man, and don't do that shit no more.
I'm
Like that
saying
was crazy.
strategy wise. Hold up, Swab. I'm saying
Stop putting niggas
strategy
in the car
wise
with you.
though, it took him mad long to get to the actual topic. Like, I get it. You're a future attorney. You're working in this space. I get that, right? But that can't be the first 7 minutes of a 10-minute premise,
Yeah.
right? Like we
Well,
respect it. We know who you are.
Exactly.
according to who? According to who?
According
So
to
you're
me
not
as a
even fighting the
spectator.
argument that you spent the first 7 minutes in your round out of 10 insulting them.
No. I'm just asking because even if I accept the premise, I guess what I'm asking is again, just like this. This is the reason why the beginning of my debate was as it was, because what typically happens is you'll have unqualified niggas talking to qualified niggas trying to tell them how to do their job, and
I
so
get that.
I don't come to people's jobs slapping dicks out their hand, and so don't tell me how to do my job.
So
So
now here's
so
the
if
thing, Leandre, right? We
Well,
had the
wait.
conversation.
I was in the middle. Wait. Let me
Go
finish
ahead,
setting
my
it up.
fault.
Yeah, let me finish setting it up. Right. So for example, I still have all my debate cards from college. Right.
As
I've
it
done this.
was
Okay.
good.
So listen. Here's the deal. Right. When people state their opinions, like I'm not of the opinion that all opinions are equal. I believe that certain opinions going to carry more weight because there's more back into them, right? And so when certain people give me opinions, it's part of why I showed that logic textbook that was in there, right? The ad veracundum fallacy, right? When certain people offer opinions on topics, sometimes you should ignore those people's opinions. Okay, Noam Chomsky, for example, is not good on economics.
So
He has
let
no authority there. So
I
again,
got you.
who's telling me? So the person telling me that they thought that was improper, give me a reason to accept anything you say as valid.
Got you, right? So here's the thing with that conversation we had about are Trump's tariffs beneficial, right? Like, you ain't slapping no dicks out my hand, pause. right? If you come to my job, you slapping treasuries out my hand, right? So all that you did to say that Ruben's opinion wasn't valid because he doesn't work for Top Dog Law, right? I could do that to you when it comes to any financial conversation because of my hold on,
Yeah.
because of my pedigree, right? Like that's what I do. That's my lane, right? I'm an insider. I can't even buy stock no more, right? So, but for me, that wouldn't be the way I would try to win a debate. I'm just gonna get right to the information. Like I don't have to keep patting myself on the back. Like, you know what I mean? I got the money. I made the bread. I got these foreign cars in my driveway, right? And I have my position in the financial world. So while you may be a lawyer, right, on a conversation like that about finance, I could simply try to gun you down by saying, you're not a part of finance. I am. You know what I mean? I can tell you today's SOFR rate, right?
Hmm.
The standard overnight funding rate. I can tell you that, right? So
Yeah.
I'm
Cool.
saying my pedigree doesn't necessarily define the argument that I can make.
Yeah.
And,
So
and,
so
and it's
cool.
just, and bro, all jokes aside, like it wasn't even slander. It was just good, honest criticism. Like
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
know,
I got you.
I know what you do for a living. I don't want to hear that for 7 minutes.
That's
Get to the
cool.
topic.
Yeah, that's cool. Listen, let me restate. One, there's a couple things that's wrong. One, saying that you are a part of finance, right, is improper English. And this again is part of the issue. Part, not a part. A part means to be separated from finance. Okay. If you're a part of finance, right, that means that you're not connected to finance. So that I don't know why you said that. Okay. Two, here's the other thing. Finance is not the same as economics. Those are actually two distinct fields. My background, and I went over this. Two of my degrees are in the field of political science. Most of that has to do with world economies, right? So I took classes like macroeconomics,
Yeah, I took
microeconomics,
macro.
global economics and sustainable development. Those are the sorts of courses, stuff like that I took right pursuit of my degree. The degree used to be called political economy, and because those two things are actually grossly intertwined. So, for example, like I just recommended an economics series to A1 just the other day. Why? Because it was part of my coursework. So, when subject of economics come up, I could talk about them. I have a ridiculous amount of economics books, right? So anyway, so I don't know what that has to do with finance, but it's part of the reason why I'm saying when I offer opinions on topics, I typically try to keep them tempered to topics that I know about. It just so happens lots of times people on the internet also want to talk about those topics. Here's the other thing: when we're talking about subject of debate, I have the requisite background in history in debate, right? And so I know, right, because there was a course that we took on that I took on rhetoric. I also took another one on argumentation. One of them was actually just straight rhetoric, but I also took argumentation, also took persuasion. So I know that in a debate, also took debate. And so I know that there's three parts to a debate. Now, majority of the time, people on the internet don't know this, right? But your debate is supposed to have three major parts: ethos, pathos, and logos. The ethos is actually the point in time in a debate where you establish your credibility. And when you have an unequal credibility on the topic, that actually means that the credence should lean in my favor
The
because
ethos is
I
how you
am
connect to the crowd, man.
because
That's what
I'm
it
the
is.
person who on the topic has more knowledge and information on it. So
And the
my
pathos
background,
is the quality of the argument, right?
Yeah, your ethos is how
so
you able to connect to the audience, bro. And it would
no, yes,
Right?
if you
no.
don't
Listen,
get the ethos,
your
that's
ethos is
usually
also
gonna
your.
cost
Listen,
you the debate.
again, like right now. Here's another
That's
example.
people being able
I
to
just listed,
relate to you.
I just listed all of the stuff that I just did about debate and argumentation and persuasion and rhetoric. Right, I just went through all of that stuff. Right, and then the person who's right now coming and trying to correct me. What is your background and knowledge
But
in the
the
field of debate,
ethos,
rhetoric, argumentation, persuasion, any of the stuff? I
that
have there's a whole
sir, you
video of
just
my
agreed. Number
credentials.
one, you just agreed. Number two, you just lied
I just
about
listed.
him
Wait a minute.
saying
I'm trying to
a
tell you something. Listen,
part.
I have an
First
entire
off, you
video.
said him
I didn't say
stating
eight
that he
parts.
was
I have an
a
entire
part
video on
of
paradigm shift with
finance.
my with
First
my
off, you said
transcripts
that
on it.
him being a
So there
part
doesn't need to
of
be a back and forth with me
finance
about this stuff,
was
as
wrong,
well as logic. Okay.
which was a
Hold on,
So
lie.
Keandre, don't crash
He's a
out. Let's
piece
let it
of
calm down.
I'm
finance.
not. I'm not doing any
You
crashing
was
out. I don't need
wrong
to be
on
told not to
that.
crash.
Number
I'm not
one, you
crashing out.
started out wrong.
I'm very calm.
Let me stop you there. You
I
started
didn't
out
start off.
wrong.
Listen again. Before you talk to
You
me and try
told
to
him
offer
that he
criticism,
was.
tell me your
You told
background.
him that
Tell me your
stating he
background.
was a
What's your
part
background?
of
Persuade the audience that you're someone who
finance.
should be listened to over me. I
He
just
was a
listed mine.
part of finance.
Persuade the audience
Sir,
with your background
and
and
this is
education.
why I know you don't understand ethos, and this is why you suck because you can't make people relate to you. Ethos ain't just about what the fuck you know, dumbass.
That's a
Ethos is
fact.
about people being able to relate to what you're saying. So you obviously can't regurgitate your information that you think you know in a way that people can actually understand.
I dare you to
Bomb.
tell me your background and
So you'll
education,
never
sir.
beat me in a debate with the ethos. I can tell you that right now. I can tell by the way you talk. You're gonna already turn people off. The
Not
moment
happening
you turn
until
people
Christian.
off,
And
you've
Until
lost the
Christian,
ethos.
I'm gonna be over
and
there at
see,
her spot
Leandre,
now
hold
for
on.
Like
playing.
right
Let me
now,
back
you're
that up, and I'm a
dead. You
fall
could
back.
be right now, but you died because I
Yeah,
took the
well,
ethos.
Let me back that up, and I'm a
Let's
fall back,
review some of this
Leandre.
footage and see exactly what they're talking about here. If you haven't seen the debate on,
And
go
we ain't
ahead.
gonna act like Taz the Goat ain't in the motherfucking building, man. Shout
I
out to
see that
Taz,
bum
man. Be
ass
one
nigga.
up, man. For life.
Today, our debate is much the
I
same.
see my bum
First,
ass
you have
big bro.
myself. I argue that the shooting of Alex Preddy was legally justified. I hold an Associates of Arts in Political Science, a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, a Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy, with a concentration in the analytic logical tradition. I also earned a Master of Arts in History and a Juris Master in Law, specializing in constitutional law and history. Professionally, I am the owner of a post-conviction firm where I write appellate briefs and other legal filings for inmates addressing complex legal and constitutional issues, such as those in this debate. These issues usually surround the issue of the First, Fourth, and Eighth Amendments, all of which are at issue here in this debate. Ruben, my opponent, however, owns a gun and is black. He believes that God is light and
See,
light is
that was
electromagnetism. He also considers ChatGPT and Gemini to be valid sources of information on all topics. And so these are your debaters.
Qualified to tell
I
them.
submit to you that we're on different sides of this issue for the same reason that a toddler thinks that you should not pay rent and should instead spend all of your money on candy and iPad games. Neither Ruben or your toddler, in our example, knows what the hell they're talking about.
Now hold on, real
The
quick,
facts will show
A1.
that Alex Preddy was a criminal,
You got jokes.
not
So
an
real
innocent
quick,
bystander,
for
but a
me,
criminal,
Let me
shot in
So,
the
pause it. Let
course
me
of several
pause it.
crimes up to
hold on, but for
hey,
me, right? When
hey,
we
wait,
talking about
A1. My questions weren't answered. For the people who offered criticism of how a debate is supposed to go, what is your background, education, and history to where the people should understand that you should be listened to over me on the topic? Give us some background.
And
got you,
that was his
got you,
60 seconds into his round one right there. Or was that your intro?
got you.
Uh,
So my background is I'm locked in with some of the best debaters out there, right?
third party
Salute
knowledge.
to
Okay, do you have
hold
any
on,
yourself?
hold on, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish my answer, right? Shout out to my
You
man
have step
Suave
knowledge.
Boss. Shout out to Domo. Shout out to Taz bum ass, right? These are some of the top debaters out there, right? So I've watched them and seen what works. Respectfully, bro, like, all right, I get it. You work for Top Dog Law. You know something, right?
I guess
But
that's
when
subjective, man. The top debaters is over here, man. Suave Boss is one of the top debaters.
Where
but
is
He
the
shouldn't
back?
have
no,
lost
Listen,
that
hold
last
Top
on,
debate
debater
right
A1.
is
listen.
there.
everywhere.
I
The
have a
top
cousin.
debater is
The top
everywhere,
debaters is
and that
right
is
here, man.
Suave Boss,
Yeah,
the
he
only
got
Hey,
the mic
debater that
right now.
matters on
Hey,
any
yo,
debate
A1, I
league,
What you
including
started
the
talking
with
about,
debate league
Suave.
man?
and the
Chill.
Coliseum
I
of
know the
Argument.
room. I could
The
read the
top
listen.
room. I
debater.
started with
Is it
Suave,
is okay?
That is
Listen.
right?
Am I
But
getting
hold
to answer my
on. But what
question?
I'm saying
All right,
What
is,
go
hold
ahead.
on,
knowledge
real
do you
quick,
personally
Leandre.
have? What knowledge do
Leandre,
you
hold
personally
on.
have in debate? What knowledge do you personally
Leandre,
have in
hold
debate?
on. Hold on,
Persuasion,
Leandre.
argumentation. What knowledge do you personally have? You can't third party that information.
All
You
right,
can't
so
tell me
let's
that you
say
have a
this,
cousin
right?
who's a brain surgeon, therefore you know how to identify a tumor. Do you
Cool,
have any background and knowledge? Otherwise,
cool.
keep your mouth shut when talking
So
about
let's play
topics
the
that you
game.
don't know.
Let's play the
So,
game.
A1, what's my name say right now on
What would
StreamYard?
you like to debate? Like
Hold on,
A1, what's my
A1.
name say on
capitalism?
Give me 1
StreamYard right
second,
now?
Blue.
A1, can you tell me? I forgot.
Are you pro
All right, so Leandre,
capitalism? Are
right?
you
Let's
anti
hold on,
socialism?
Blue.
What would you like to debate?
hey,
A1, what's my name right now on
I've
here?
heard enough.
Chill. If Blue trying to line them up, I'm gonna fall back.
A man who actually knows the topic. This is why I put my name in it, because again, people listen, very, very small men, right, who want to delve into topics they ain't even read a relevant book on, right?
Like he ran to me.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Anyway, so
Yeah, you
y'all want
bugging.
to opine on topics. So again, so your opinions on this, they mean as much as your toddler when telling you not to pay rent and buy
And
YouTube
this
credit.
why people
It
don't
doesn't
rock
mean
with you.
anything to me. I don't care. Listen, I don't care who rocks with me. I don't care who rocks with me.
Right.
Listen.
Because you stay in
I
the
don't
echo
do I
chamber
don't
where
I
you have
don't do what
support.
I don't do what I do to fit in. You niggas can't touch me. So I don't do what I do to fit in. As far as education, less than 2%
So
of the
be
people on the
admitted
My
that
planet,
you
shooters
dead on
less
the
than 2%
ethos
of people on
then,
the
bro.
planet have
You
as
not
much
gonna
education
win
as I
the
do.
I
ethos
got
I
fight.
two
therefore don't
shooters
care
on
to
the
fit in.
panel right now that'll cook you. Nobody wants to hear for 7
Bro,
minutes
I
that
do
you
not
work for
care about
Top
your
Dog
opinion on
Law.
Nobody
any
care about
topic.
Hold on.
I don't
like
care
all
about
of
your
that
opinion on
stuff
any
finna
Leandre,
topic.
turn
relax.
I
everybody
don't
off,
care.
bro.
That was
Relax.
We
cold.
gonna know what you know by
Leandre,
Listen
your
to this.
damn
I don't care.
argument.
bothered,
listen.
but relax,
Listen,
bro.
I'll be
Let's
back
have
at
a
listen. I'll be back on the
conversation.
45 minutes. I'm gonna get back to doing the other thing that I'm an expert at. Okay,
All
at
right.
teaching. something that
Well,
y'all don't
get
do.
back to
Anyway,
it and just
so yeah,
listen to the
I
criticism,
ain't
right?
listening. I ain't listening to nothing you say because you
And
think that
that's
you're
your
a part of
problem.
finance.
And
Your
that's
You
your
think
results
you
are at
are a
problem.
part of
7:30.
finance.
Your results are at 7:30 tonight. I just
Okay,
talked
cool.
to
Listen,
myself.
and can't nobody who's a part of finance talk to me about nothing.
Yeah, I can't talk to you about nothing because you're not a part of my world. So
Shut
I
up.
would go into things regarding finance that the same way you deal with law, you can't talk to me about bread. You can't talk to me about treasuries, SOFR rates, LIBOR. You can't talk because you don't have the pedigree, right? That's your argument. If you're not
Man, phone
raised
dropped
in
out,
this,
bro. He can't hear you. He'll be right back, man.
nah, he listening. He listening, but I'm gonna be real. Like at a certain point, just say I work for Top Dog Law and move on. Nobody want to hear 7 minutes of your resume when we came to hear a topic. With that Purdy argument, like I was on the other side of Ruben, and Ruben's my man, right? Like I was literally like just how I think. I was more in line with Leandre, but he killed the debate. Like you spent 7 minutes talking about your resume, nigga. This ain't no interview. Get to it.
Hold on, you said the results is tonight,
The results is tonight.
Yeah,
so he
y'all
don't
better
even know
not
if he
play with
lost.
King Naga.
I don't even know if he lost or won.
Oh man, get his ass up out of here with that. He on here tripping. Hey, man,
Hey, yo, Blue, in my
I thought
opinion,
we
right?
talking about an L. We don't even know what happened yet. Like, man, this dude got to be stopped.
Hey, yo, big bro Blue, listen, in my opinion, right? I came into the debate agreeing with Leandre, but his argument was just trash. He spent like 7 minutes just giving me his resume, right?
Yeah,
He ain't
this
even
ain't
get,
Indeed, bro.
yeah, I don't want to hear all that. Just say you work
Yeah,
for
this
Top Dog
is
Law and
like.
move on.
I mean, because you got to think you on in a YouTube debate space. So it's some people who got that shit, and then people who out to prove, bro, that shit don't matter. So
And
that shit,
Blue,
like,
see, peep it. This is where he's alienating his audience. He's saying, well, if you're not a lawyer, you can't have an opinion on this. You talking to
yeah, it's
your
like,
people. This
hey,
nigga's getting off of
hey, but he
Amazon
talking about he
truck.
want the ethos,
No,
so
no,
he
no,
want.
no. He's not saying you can't have an opinion. He's saying if you're not a lawyer, your opinion on it don't matter to me.
He's
It
saying
See
don't
it
that?
matter.
doesn't matter.
It's a big difference.
Your
He
shit just
thinks
ain't
he's
shit.
hold on. He thinks
Yeah.
You
he's
just
First one
superior.
is an
lost,
ad hom. The second is just letting you
He
know,
thinks
like,
he's
nah.
superior, A1, because of his pedigree, right? Now, there is some truth in that argument, right? Like if you're involved in a space, you know a little bit better than others. But at a certain point, right, if you can't respect that a layman can be well versed enough to have a conversation about something, then yeah, you turn off the audience. You know what I mean?
But Walsh, you really have to understand. When people never thought they would have been able to reach where they are in life, they are so happy that's all they can focus on. And when people are truly concerned about you, they share their knowledge just to share their knowledge to bring you to their level. We have a word for that in Trinidad and Tobago, never see, come see. Which means some people never thought they would have reached where they would have reached. And then, when they reach there for status purposes, nobody likes them because they have no character and personality. It's
So look,
only
bro.
because and I live in Trinidad and Tobago. I could tell you, even though I'm not from here, people go into these professions in Trinidad and Tobago to get respect. But on the low, nobody respects a lot of these people because they're jackasses.
Right.
Nobody likes them. They have no character. So if individuals want to have no character, let them continue.
So
They
the
will be
pedigree
alone
has no
by
value.
themselves, talking to themselves.
So
And
you
they
would
would
agree the
never
pedigree
ever.
has no value, right? Like to that statement you gave, it's a statement I was taught by a lot of my uncles, right? Like, I'm here to put the paint where it ain't, right? I'm here to just have the conversation, get to the points, and put the paint where it ain't. What ain't understood, I'm gonna make that argument, right? And I just feel like in that Ruben debate, that was honestly the first Leandre debate that I watched. Me and him went back and forth on Trump's tariffs, right? So now you're a lawyer, right? TMZ. I'm a lawyer, right? But you don't know nothing about finance. You know what I mean? So if that's gonna be my argument that you're just unqualified to have the conversation, right? It goes nowhere. So what I noticed that he did in the conversation with me, he held on to the fact that I said Noam Chomsky was an economist, right? Now, in me saying that, I'm not saying he's Muhammad Al-Aryan, because I was able to come back to him real quick with an economist he couldn't deny, right? I was able to give him Ben Bernanke. I was able to give him, a bunch of economists, right? But he wanted to hinge on that point when the reality is Noam Chomsky has written books on economics, right? So do you want to have the real conversation, or do you want to just say, no, you're wrong on that, and just hinge your whole argument on that? In my opinion, that don't win. I didn't even agree with Ruben, right? But in that debate, for me, Ruben made the better argument. But we'll see when the stats come out.
I agree with you, but as I say, I think in these spaces we need to focus more on teaching. But I think debates and all these things are supposed to be for people to learn something.
No,
Just
no.
with
Debates are
debating.
competition for people to compete for with their intellectual knowledge. It's not really to teach the crowd. The crowd can learn from them, as a lot of people do. It gives them a starting point to get some information, go research it on their own. But it's not like a teaching mechanism where at the end of it they can say, "Hey, I got a certificate. I saw 7 debates."
Well, maybe because I'm not a debater, I don't see it that way.
Yeah, a lot of people. I don't
I
know.
would say this,
People,
A1, though, in analyzing the crowd, right? Nah, it's a lot of people literally Googling every name that's brought up, every
Mhm.
policy, every act. A lot of people are learning.
Yeah,
I
they
learned a
should. They
lot
should.
from Domo. I learned a lot from Suave. I ain't gonna give Taz no credit because he got the belt. He don't need no credit, right? But I
Yeah,
do
yeah,
learn things
yeah.
from these debates.
But in the sense that Jose's saying it, it's almost like in the same sense I hear Sabio saying it. Like, I don't want to debate. Nobody's learning anything. Like, that's not what the sport is really for. People are using it to learn. The people who are just natural intellectuals, they're going to fact check stuff. They hear stuff they've never heard before. They're going to want to look into it.
So
That's just
I ain't gonna let you
that's
throw no
philosophy.
smut on my bro
The
Sabio
philosopher in you.
name.
You know what I'm saying? No, no. I shout out Sabio though, 'cause,
That's my
he come
guy.
over here and hit the open panels. He drop information though, but
But I just
he
don't think
doesn't
he
debate.
understands, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think it was Suave. Who did you debate? You debated Domo on
Yeah.
Sabi, right?
Yep.
I learned a lot about the court case. And these are things that, Sabi is a name that just bounces around out there, but you don't have the actual information. You don't know what happened with the court case. These brothers brought that to the forefront, right? And yeah, I learned some things. People do learn from debates. You know what I mean? A part of it is appealing to the crowd. And if you can't appeal to the crowd, if you looking down on the crowd, then fam, like, we don't respect you. That's why I think, and I hate giving this nigga his flowers, that's my man. But that's why I think Taz has a different respect in the debate space because he's viewed as just a regular B1 nigga. He ain't leading with, I worked for Top Dog Law. I got 3 doctorates. You know what I mean? No, I just read and I got an opinion. Just like me. Niggas read and got an opinion. So at some point, when these conversations are had that I don't respect your opinion, you're not talking to me about finance. You talking to the chat. You know what I
See,
mean? You can't.
but Washington Willie, we have to understand there's a difference between a criticism and a critique. A criticism is something
There
that
you
does
go.
not
No, I
have to have
don't.
any
I just need
backing.
to know how to debate. You need to know the
Right.
difference between the criticism and the critique. I don't need to know
Right.
that shit unless I'm
Right.
debating that shit today. Then I'm gonna
Right.
Google it
But
and
but
line
brethren,
your
look.
ass up with your overeducated
But
ass.
brethren, look. All
No,
I
no,
was
no.
giving
Hold
him.
on. I'm with you, Swab. But a critique is something that is academic and it has to be backed up by
But
something. I can
brethren,
criticize you all day.
no,
It's
a
not the same
critique.
thing.
Hold on. A critique doesn't only have to be academic. It
But it
can
has to
be
be backed
about
up
your.
by something.
Hold on, hear what I'm saying. It can be about your performance. I can critique your performance. I can critique your presentation, right? Like with the presentation, it's not always about the academics. It's about how you present the information and how people. If you got a million words on the screen that nobody's gonna read, that might not hit as well as if you have a few bullet points that now I'm stuck on that bullet point for the rest of the debate. But the point I want to make is what I was giving Leandre, because I think he still view me as an op, because we went at it over the tariffs, right? But what I was giving him was honest, just a critique. I don't want to hear 7 minutes of your resume, right? And then when you say Ruben is dumb and he owns a gun, but that's my brother. I'm more like him than I'm not like him. So are you saying I'm dumb, right? And then what Ruben did, he just got right to the topic. And I disagreed with Ruben on the topic, but I felt like he argued it better. I was damn near ready to make a sign and go to Minneapolis, right? Hey, I hope Taz ain't still here. He gonna crash out on me over that.
I'm with you, but you're still saying that a critique has to be based on something other than just your opinion. I can criticize you, and that's technically not the same thing as a critique. I can give you my opinion. It could be informed or uninformed. That's what we need to understand.
A
There's
critique
different
is
levels
simply
of
an
it.
opinion.
Right, but a
So what
critique
I'm
should be
saying is, right, I
but
could be
more an
sitting in the
informed
crowd.
opinion than just I don't like you.
But
You
hear what
have
I'm
to
saying though. I could be sitting in the crowd and be completely dumb, Forrest Gump, right? But I am able to give you a level of critique on how the crowd is
Forrest Gump was
receiving
not
your argument.
completely dumb. That was a horrible example, brother. Apologize. Apologize, Forrest Gump. That
Hey, yo,
was
chill
crazy.
out, Swall. I'm B1.
Oh, my David.
Well,
Then that
Forrest,
was
Like,
while Forrest Gump was not intelligent, he had a lot of wisdom to offer the world in his own way.
that's the point I'm making,
And the
right?
most and the most intelligent human being you're gonna find is a 5-year-old child who asks you, "What is God?" and you can't answer your 5-year-old. But you
So
talking
now
about
you're going against your own argument, though. Your argument was almost you have to have a certain academic pedigree to be able to critique. I'm
and I
saying,
and I do maintain that critique is really an academic term.
and
But I'm
I
saying,
respect that to a
but
degree,
I'm
but I'm
but I'm
saying when
saying
you
when it
making
comes,
an argument, hold on real quick. I'm saying when you making an argument to an audience, yeah, it would behoove you, right? Yeah, I read some dictionary words. It would behoove you to respect the honest critique from the crowd.
I'm with you. I understand what you're saying. But me talking about a child, children are the most naturally, like emotionally and intellectually pure beings you're ever gonna meet. They ask questions because they want to know. They really have no preconceived notions. They really genuinely don't know.
Right.
So when they ask you the question, you start to get confused because you don't know how to answer it. Whereas you could talk to a grown man all day and talk about God, but when your 5-year-old asks you that, you just get stuck because they start to ask you questions that you started. And children make you think. Children affect you differently because your child is your child and you have to think, and it takes you to a different space. And
I
they're
agree.
just pure beings who just don't know. They really don't know. They really don't understand anything. They just ask me because they want to know, and they make you feel so stupid as a grown man sometimes.
And
Children, a
many
child will break you
times,
down.
right, the audience is coming from, I don't want to say it like that, but like a child's perspective on some of these topics, right? Like the audience isn't always well versed on the topic. That
That's fair.
doesn't mean
That's fair.
good.
Because when it comes to certain topics that I hear on these platforms, I'm very much not versed. I'm very much not versed. I really am not versed with genetics and a lot of other things about.
Oh, that's what you got to
It's just
learn
not
from
my.
Blue.
It's just not my interest.
I call them haplogroup Blue.
I
I'm
really
gonna
am
let
not a
Blue
genetics
take
guy.
over.
I really am not a genetics guy. I just read and sort of summarize when it comes to genetics. But there's a lot involved in that you have to know. And unfortunately, sometimes I'm just coming from the perspective that I just want to show blackness. And maybe that's not good all the time to just want to show blackness. Maybe I have to get a little deeper into it than just that. But it's just, I think it's just not my thing.
You know what it is for
Maybe Blue
me?
can help me
Like,
out. I don't know.
you know what it is for me? Like, I have a real high level of respect, right? For brothers like myself that put the work in, do the research to have an opinion they can present in a concise manner. I have a respect for 99% of the debate community except for my man Zion. He a crash out. He got to come to the crash out debate league, right? But, you know, in doing that, one of the places where I found myself being in the audience is, for me, I know it's people in my industry, right, that don't know shit. Just because you're in that industry doesn't mean you're in the know, right? It doesn't mean you can out argue someone or present something that'll change my mind. You know what I mean? And yeah, that was just honest. That was just honestly a critique that I gave him from watching the first debate of him that I watched, and the response to it was crazy. You know what I mean? I don't always get that. Like, I can critique Blue on a certain level, and Blue gonna hit the blunt and say, you know, I probably should have went that way. But what I was trying to say was, right, it's not, oh, I don't respect you. You don't have the authority to have this conversation. In my opinion, that loses more supporters than it gains.
See, I'm with you, but you know, I'm one who has been fortunate to meet a lot of people in the space who are very helpful and really genuinely want to see you win. And generally, you'll meet people like that if you're looking for that. It's not all about the confusion. You meet good people and you make friendships and you have brothers. A lot of people don't have brothers. They don't have friends. They don't have no OGs to teach them the right thing to do. They go into a back chat and they want to argue. They don't sit down and actually talk to your brother and say, I'm doing a presentation. Give me pointers. I have that where I can say, give me pointers. I'm doing a presentation. Send me 2 books.
That's valid.
Send me a couple slides. And we need to recognize that more. You don't have to be adversarial all the time. You can ask for help. And when you ask for help, you come out looking better. We don't know everything. And a lot of brothers don't want to do that. They want
Now,
to
that's
argue
valid
based on
because
a shitty viewpoint that has
that's
no
valid.
validity nowhere.
I think one thing Blue would agree with me on, right? Like, across the street, like after they do the recaps of the debates and all of that, like, we do have enough respect for each other. Well, don't nobody pay Wall Street no mind, but I'm saying, like, when people give opinions, it's respected because we all have that respect for each other. When you making an argument from the space of, I know more than you, like, my crash out next word is, you're a paralegal. Like, how many niggas got convicted when you came in there with that bad suit, right? I'm gonna crash out because it really means nothing to me. I mean, your pedigree doesn't always determine your level of understanding of a topic.
Right. But that's what makes you you. And that is why people respect you, because you are being you. That's not a fake persona. That is who you really are. If they meet you tomorrow, standing on a corner or in a store, anywhere, that is who you're going to be. A
We
lot of
can
people
have the
don't have that
conversation.
integrity.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't have that integrity. They want to be an internet gangster, but when you run into them in real life, they don't hold that energy because that's not who they are.
That's why Swall punk ass hold me down, right? That's why Blue, when Blue checked me, I'll listen. All right, Blue, maybe I was bugging. You know what I mean? It's a mutual respect. And if that respect isn't there, I can't really be on your side. Like, at a certain point, no matter how well you argue your argument, I'm just not rocking with you. And there is that element to debate. Like, it's almost like battle rap. You got to get the crowd.
You're right. But you see, you have probably found some brothers online, or maybe you knew them in person, whatever, who are going to guide you. A lot of people don't have that. They're not looking for that. They want to be right. They want to be famous. And therein lies the problem. That's not going to get them anywhere in real life. Nobody likes them.
Valid.
But
Nobody likes them.
That's
You know,
valid.
I'll say people have issues with me, but at least I'm being me. I don't have to come on here and pretend to be something that I'm not, because that has no value in real life. You got to get off here. Your wife gonna cuss you. Your children gonna cuss you. The dog pissing all over the place. There's people who don't have that type of life. They don't know nothing about that. They go home to nothing other than a YouTube screen. You are not. You are not like that. You have a real life outside of YouTube. You got real stuff going on. A lot of people don't have that. They don't have nobody who like them. Nobody likes them in real life. You understand?
And at a certain point, though, what is it about? It's about, like, for the debaters I respect, who I know do this from an honest place, right? It is about elevating the level of knowledge of the people, right? Like my guys know I'm Googling everything. You know what I mean? Wall Street Willie is always the dumbest one in the room. But I got Chat GPT now, so I'm about to join some of these debate leagues. But that's neither here nor there, right? But, you know, I respect my guys enough that when they're making their argument, I'm Googling and I'm, you know, keeping up. And I do learn from a lot of these debates. You know what I mean? So shout out to the bros.
See, but you see, I can tell that I'm sure you have a library at home. You actually read books, correct?
I got a
sure that you
handful.
do.
I'm still trying to get through The Betrayal of the Negro by Rayford.
Right.
Yeah, I'm all right. I
Right.
got a couple books. I ain't gonna
Right,
act
but
like I'm
right. But you know when people read and when people don't read, when people are Chat GPT and they're living their lives out of them. Because you know how Chat GPT and Google sound. Especially when you read outside of that, you know how it sounds. So you know people are trying to flim-flam you with Chat GPT information. People will come on and argue with you on a topic and then tell you beforehand, I don't know nothing about the topic, and then tell you that they want to argue. How can you do that when you just told me you didn't know nothing about the topic and you don't care about the topic?
But
Then
look,
how
bro,
can
you
you
know
win an
why I don't
argument that way?
you know why I don't dismiss AI, right? Because at the end of the day, if you know what you're doing with AI, you can get the source. So now I can pull that book and I may only need to read like the one chapter that AI pointed out, right? And I can get the rest of the information, right? So I don't dismiss AI. I see it as a tool.
I agree with you, but you know
Real
how
quick,
many times
gentlemen,
you
real quick, Jose, we got a special guest to the panel. Shout out TJ James. Speaking
Oh
of people with
God.
credentials to their name, how you feeling today,
Yo,
sis?
I'm out of here, A1. I'm out of
Oh
here.
yeah, I know you are. I know you are. I know you are
Don't
because I came
run,
here.
don't run, Wall Street.
I came here
Peace,
just for you,
sis.
Wall Street Willie.
Oh
Mm-mm.
God. What I
Yeah, I
do?
sure did. Because I'm sitting here listening to this conversation, and you are the first one to brag about your finances, and that's
Chill out.
cool.
Chill out.
No. Because how? Nope. You'll do the same thing to somebody in a conversation. I have a degree in finance. I'm in the finance. I'm in all of these things. I drive foreigns. You broke bum bitches, all kinds of stuff. But now I'm
But
hearing you. No, like, I'm just trying to figure out like
TJ, you
how
know
you
me.
telling somebody. I know. That's why I'm sitting here. Like when you are on the debate side, you're awesome. I love you. I love you even when you on your shit. But I love you
You
even
love me
more when
regardless.
you
I love you
I
more.
just said that. Come on. I admitted it. I admitted it. Not the applause. But what I'm saying is to hear you downplay somebody else when you do the same thing was kind of wild to me. Because you're
My
proud of your accomplishments and accolades, as everybody should be.
That's correct.
Wow.
But my critique was simply this, right? You know me, right? So yeah, I'ma simply tell you, you can't tell me nothing. My money up. I got a driveway full of foreigns. So back to the topic, right? I'm not gonna spend
But how do you
7
know that he
minutes.
doesn't have the same thing?
That wasn't the critique. The critique was when I watched that debate with him and Ruben.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that was a level of lack of decorum, right? Like he's shooting shots at him, and it's it was a roasting element to it. Like, yo, you dumb, and you just own a gun, and you got gold teeth, right? I get it, but spending half your premise round talking about that for me as an observer, unless somebody loses the debate on the other
Mm-hmm.
side, they always gonna have the advantage if they get to the information. That was
That's
my
cool,
only
but you
point.
came up here and did the exact same thing that you're complaining that he's
Nah,
done.
Leandre crashed out when I gave him some earnest.
And that first encounter, you crashed out.
I did. I did. Hey, yo, don't be coming up here airing out my business. This ain't about me. All right?
Nah, I'm listening to you, but you have done and do the same thing.
Hey, yo, A1 drop her, man. Put her in the back. I'm his
Shout out
CT.
TJ with the
Hey, baby, I admin both Titan
intellectual
chats. I admin both
bird's
Titan
eye
chats.
view.
I'm
'Cause,
in chaotic truth mode. Hey, yo, drop her. Put her in the back.
I'm gonna
mm.
drop a bomb for the amazing bird's eye
Well,
view.
anyway, it's Ramadan. I gotta finish cooking before prayer, but I'm gonna be listening again.
Yeah, and get them underwear behind the bathroom door and wash them. Leave that
Baby, my
man
house is
alone.
clean.
Salute to the big homie.
Go in there and cook
Right.
dinner.
Leave that man alone.
Here you go.
Appreciate you.
Bye, everyone.
Have a good night. That was the
That's my
wonderful
sis,
TJ
yo.
James pulling up again. Rahman for her.
That's my sis.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna take my leave. You guys have a blessed day, right?
My youth, where you going, brethren?
May I forgo my brother?
Lumberas,
Where you going?
Babylon for dead.
ETOTK up here. ETOTK
Babylon
up
for
here.
dead, brethren. We need you,
Yeah,
Yeah, our
family.
Babylon really
Spanish
Africa
French
tonight.
brother gone.
Yeah. Later, my
Yeah,
brother.
our Spanish French brother running, man. Wall Street.
I'm neither one of those.
ECOTK up here. You know what I'm saying? Open the
I'm as
knowledge.
black.
ECV up here.
I'm as black
homie.
and I'm as black and
Mhm.
as American as you are. I just live in the Caribbean.
Nah.
Family.
Your complexion
Minister
don't mean you
family.
am who I am, bro. It bloodlines mean who you are, who I am, not your complexion, my brother.
Well, I'm not
You
an
know?
apple, so no, I'm not.
Hey,
I'm an
Wall
apple.
Street, you know I'm surgical now, Wall Street. Come on, Wall Street, you know I'm your favorite Indian, dog. Quit playing. Quit
All right,
fucking
brothers, I'm
playing,
going. All right,
man.
I'll see you guys later.
Peace, family.
Yeah. Wall Street, you already know that.
Come on.
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, suave boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself. Quantum truth, the question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
Damn, that's a crazy premise. What's your side of it, Suave? What's
Man,
Suave?
no, no, Father Time, dusty ass ain't needed. Father Time better get his malicious hands off of Mother Nature trying to pervert this relationship, man. Nah, man. Mother Nature definitely don't need Father Time, man.
It's one of my favorite crash outs, A1. It's one of my favorite crash outs.
That's a fact, man. What's good, Scar? What's good?
Hey,
Shout out to everybody.
man,
in the
peace
chat,
to
man.
Swab Boss, man. My favorite type, man. Damn, peace to y'all brothers on the panel, man. All love. A1. You know, I already know, man. Big ups to you, dog, for this Titan debate leading the panel. Humble Mystic, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to him, man. Swab Boss, my favorite Titan. You know what I mean? And Lord Banu, you just came off a debate the other day. You know what I mean? Them boys was going in so much on bruh till I ain't even get to ask you no questions, but congratulations to your debate too the other day, bro.
Oh, Banu in here?
Appreciate you. Peace, God. Yeah, I'm here.
My God, too.
How you feeling today?
I'm chilling, man. Just got finished eating some salad wraps.
Sorry to hear that.
Break it down.
That nigga fucking Suave is retarded, man.
Chill out.
Made some cashew cheese with some red pepper hummus. This was banging.
That's good, guys.
Hey, yo, I hope none of the Pan Africans is listening, but yeah, OTK, you might be my favorite Abo, but don't ever repeat that. Don't tell nobody else.
That's favorite ever. Yeah.
That's out of respect, man. That's only because you respect what I bring, bro. Like I
That's
just don't be
crazy,
talking.
man.
Like I can back up what I say now. You know what I'm saying? I always can pull up something to back up what I say. If not, I'm not gonna even say it, bro. Unless we just dealing with logic in a logical situation, then logos or whatever. What the brother was trying to explain earlier with logos and ethnos and all of that shit there, man. But yeah, then it's different. Then you know what I mean. But yeah, bro. Yeah, I
Man, ask
appreciate that.
DeAndre why he ran from Blue, man. Fuck all the bullshit.
Niggas
I
don't
don't
want no
know,
smoke with
man.
Haplogroup Blue. I gave him that name. That's my man Haplogroup Blue. Word.
We were just talking about
Hey, Wall
haplogroups, man.
Street,
That's
is
all the
haplogroups made up, bro? Wall Street?
Nah, they're a valid, categorization. They're,
As base as they valid to what? Science?
yeah,
Or
genetics and history.
so you saying haplogroups trace genetics?
Ayo, Blue, talk to him.
Be
I
careful,
ain't
be
qualified.
careful, Wall Street.
I
Be
ain't
careful,
qualified.
Wall Street.
Ayo, Blue, handle that. Blue, one of my top shooters.
Oh, okay. Bet.
What you say?
I mean, I do
What
believe there's
happened?
value in genetics. And I do believe when the studies are done right, you can connect genetics to history.
Somebody want to
Genetics is
smoke on what part?
yeah. What happened?
Oh, yeah, I'm falling back. My
I
shooter
thought I
fell.
heard my name.
Crash out, Blue. Crash out.
No, that was Wall Street, man. I asked him a question about haplogroups. I asked him, was haplogroups like made up? What would you say, Blue?
And what I
Because
said,
he called your name, bro.
and what I said, go to the source.
In
Right.
my
You say go
personal
to
opinion, yes.
Okay,
In my
bet.
personal opinion, but
Yeah.
but I use it like as far as
I
if I
respect
was
that.
to argue to debate it, I would use the evidence. But do I
Okay.
believe the evidence? Not necessarily. It's some funny shit going on.
Okay. And I respect that, bro. And you know what? And I respect that because science has always proven itself. So that's why you can believe some of it, and then you always got leave that room for speculation. You know what I mean? Yeah. I respect that, bro. I
Yeah,
respect it.
and it's like I said, I seen shit that's just blatantly racist.
All right, I see you, sis.
Like, you know what I mean? It ain't even no question. That shit is racist. You know what I mean? But if you ask other people, they'll be like, no, it's just what the science. And it's like, nah, bro, that like no different than how they had code words for a nigga when they be like, what they'll say, like, we cleaning up crime and shit. It's no different. They do that same shit in science.
Okay. I feel that, man. Hey, bro, I love your explanation on that shit, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Nah, don't try to rock with my shooter now.
Nah, man, but he was being honest.
Hey,
See,
Blue.
Wall Street, because you mess with them trans Africans so much, Wall
Yo.
Street, you would have tiptoed through the tulips like a motherfucker, bro. Straight up.
And my girl
You
said,
would have done
I said
to
trans
answer
Af-
that all
all
day.
Yeah, I
My
tried to
bad,
crash out
1005.
suave trans African.
My bad.
See?
But what's good,
Yeah.
though? Man, I ain't
1005,
hollered at you in a
man.
minute, guy.
Yeah. Hey, Lord Banu. Hey, you had brought up something inside your debate, bro. I had the question ready at the moment, but I can't remember. But I know what it was on. You were saying something about woman, about like their attitude or something like that. That kind of controls like the child. from with the childbirth or something like that. I don't want to misunderstood what you said, but you was going in on that when you was giving like the statistics part of it.
About women's attitude,
He don't
controlling
remember that shit. He was reading.
Okay, yeah, he was reading off of
Suave.
something.
Chill out.
Yes.
I don't think I said about women's attitude controlling the pregnancy or the birth of the child. I did say something about it was a fluid that was surrounding the egg that rejected or accepted the sperm and chose which sperm it wanted to take. And then I said something about as within, so without, how women control women pick who they want to have sex with the same way the egg chooses which sperm it wants to allow to enter it. So I remember something along those lines, but
which was a slippery slope. He got really grapey after that. But yeah, but you hear how he sound trying to explain that shit now that he's standing in front of him. That motherfucker falling apart. It was a circle. The circle hit the square. And it flew
I don't know what he talking about. What you talking about, man? He just asked me something, man, random.
He asked you about your debate that you just did that you supposed to.
You want me to spit it back verbatim, the whole debate?
No, but at least makes sense.
I did make sense. Man.
You said the circle hit the square.
She gon' run away when it gets.
I want the rudest nigga on.
Hey, yo, Banu,
She's a runner, she's a track star.
You know, make an argument before. You got to give one man haplogroup blue. Like, y'all gonna have me going crazy Googling. Word.
Haplogroup blue.
But yo, all jokes aside, man, I do give all of y'all flowers, even Leandre. Like, my respect for the work y'all put in is the only reason
I'm gonna be real though, Willie. I really went there, bro, because I really was trolling niggas.
You disrespectful.
The reason I'm gonna be real though, Will. The reason why I really was going into that haplogroup shit like that is I'm really trolling niggas to see if they gonna be consistent on shit. And niggas just don't be fucking consistent, bro.
I get it.
Like if it was a Hebrew having a conversation, it'd be go and read this and read that. But now I'm having a conversation, and now I see how niggas do. Like it's weird. It's like, bro, ain't no fucking Hebrew. I don't give a damn about that shit. You know what I'm saying? But niggas don't want to be honest. Like you can't even give a little bit because you afraid you might be wrong the whole way. Like goddamn. So you rather lie? Yeah. Niggas would rather lie. Nigga just told me the other day that all the elements was made on Earth. He fighting like we don't know that for sure now. Just because I'm saying that we aliens, he know my premise is that we aliens. Now the niggas start making shit up. Now water could have possibly been here already. That's how niggas do, man. Niggas like to lie.
Now, you definitely my favorite pseudo, Blue. No lie. Like, Lance is a close number 2, but you my favorite pseudo. Word.
If you get it right, they gonna try to steal your shit.
But I do want to give y'all flowers, man. Like, only reason I ain't joined none of the debate leagues and just crash out is because I do have a respect for the level of work that, you know, my guys, the ones I respect, put in, man. Shout out to Suave. Shout out to Leandre. You know what I mean? Like, my man Haplogroup Blue. Like, I respect the work y'all put in. I definitely enjoy hearing y'all debates. And yes, I do learn some shit. Even if a nigga give me something pseudo, I've at least Googled enough to have learned something. You know what I mean?
You want my first debate over here on the Debate Coliseum?
AOTK, man. None of y'all want that smoke with me. I gave y'all the opportunity to debate the
Come on,
doors.
no, don't say none of y'all. Don't say none of y'all, bro. You know I don't run from it. I run to it, bro. Stop.
That's
That's why I'm your favorite.
You know your man. What's
Hey,
your man name? They be
who was
trying
that
to
said
chase me
Suave was
down.
their favorite?
I'm saying I don't care. I said Suave was my favorite. That was me. That was me. That was me.
If I beat him in the debate, knowledge, you gonna fuck with me.
Family Dollar.
Who was that?
Hey, Banu, and answer
saying
your
that real
question,
quick?
that's everybody.
I'm on my phone, man. I'm on my phone. Hold up,
Everybody
Wall
what?
Street. I'm on my phone, man, and I can't see who icon line up and talking. Who's that talking right
This
now? My
part
bad.
of truth, the one that
Let's
got
see if they beat
debate
Suave
Suave.
up.
The one that
You
got
said
the debate
everybody
Suave
what, brother?
Sunday.
Oh, you beat Suave? Would you be my favorite Titan?
Yeah.
Say it ain't
No,
so.
listen, I didn't say Suave was my favorite debate. Hold on, bro. I didn't say Suave was my favorite debater. I said he was my favorite Titan.
I got you.
And he's the Titan of the debate league. So I don't even, I guess you mean something for him to even give you a date. You know what I mean? So I guess he just want more notches on his belt or something. But
Now,
Yeah,
you
OTK,
know what I mean?
OTK,
Hey,
watch
one
this,
fault, man.
OTK.
Hey, one keep lining
What?
up these
But
weirdos.
nah.
Watch this, OTK, right? Like, I even got criticism or critique for Suave, right? Once Suave hear black, he's crashing out. He don't care how uphill the debate is. Like, Suave don't care about a premise. Once he hear black, he in, right? Like, yo, Suave, you got to be a little bit more surgical with how you pick your premises. You know, you my guy.
Yeah, that come with debate. That come with debating, bro. That come with learning. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? But I see something in them.
But
You
see,
feel
when
me?
you be one, you love that shit. Like, once Suave hear black, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the debate up, down, sideways, left, right, Queens, Brooklyn. I don't care.
I went to the university. I got my master's in that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna spend the first 7
your
minutes on my
credentials,
motherfucking round.
dog.
Nigga, you got your master's from the School of Hard Knocks, nigga.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why black is my thing. Shit. You can't learn that in no university. Ain't no scholarship to black people. Ain't no tutoring.
Word. So y'all ain't from the School of Hard Knocks. Y'all can't even talk to Squad Ball.
I will say this though, again, though, all y'all debaters, only reason I ain't join none of the debate competitions is out of my respect for y'all. Like, I respect the work y'all put in. You know what I mean? So y'all got something good, man. Keep doing what y'all doing, and there's a lot of people out here who really appreciate y'all
That
work.
sounds
No
like
bullshit.
another way of copping out, bro. I swear that sounds like another way of copping out.
Oh, now you know I'll
Your
crash out on
brother,
the apple.
boy Quantum just got through expressing fallacies.
You know I'll
So
crash
now
out on the
you
apple
also
all
got
day.
bow down fallacies. No, you also got bow down
Bow
fallacies.
down, fellas.
Black people
Hey,
here
Blue,
before
how many debates you got
1492.
lined up? You got
The
any open?
concept of race not being documented before the 1700s.
Fallacies right now.
The Dawes Act. You know I'll crash out on the apple, OTK. Chill out, man. We having a good time.
Don't tell the app.
Thank you, though, Wall Street, man, for that YouTube knowledge, man. I'm gonna try to be good while I'm up on here, man. Give y'all some good debate, some action. I'm definitely going for heads. I'm not taking nothing off of them, and you know what I'm saying. Suave gonna have to get a little bit rough in this debate. You can't be walking around here talking about you Suave when you getting in this debate ring. I'm here to put something in your head.
Hey, yo, who he talking to, Suave? Like, I'm cool with homie. I like him. Who he talking to, though? Who the nigga talking to, Suave?
Nah, it's cool, God, man. We gonna throw him on the 8th, man. He got a few more days of this delusion, and then y'all won't hear from him again.
No disrespect. Yeah, Wall Street. I'm talking to your mans. No disrespect.
You gonna change the name?
Hey, this gonna be a good one. Yeah, this gonna be a good one. This gonna be a good one.
Yeah, man, he's leaving out half of the distance. He's trying to talk about Father Time, like he got some hands. I ain't saying that it's poetry. Nature is structure and matter and constraint, and time is sequence and change. I don't know what he talking about when he's trying to personify it and do all that. I'm gonna make sure he know who Father
Time
Time
is
is.
sequence
The
and
Father.
change
I'm gonna
of
make sure
what?
he has the right idea. See, that idea that he got is the wrong idea about what I'm saying.
Time
So
is
in this
sequence
debate,
and
I'm
change of
making
what,
sure you gonna know exactly who Father Time and Mother Nature is. You ain't gonna have them offset ideas that you have, but like they got grubby, ashy hands like you got. They don't have any.
And sing.
You got
Only
the
in the
answer to this.
Coliseum.
And
Only in
sing.
the Coliseum. I'm on my Don King shit. Only in the
Time is a
Coliseum.
sequence and change of what? Time is a sequence and change of what?
Nature. I told you that. You can't beat it. I will prove it to you.
Let me put my sonetta voice on. Uh-oh.
Am I reading this now?
COTK, you got
And
Apple
just for the
Wi-Fi.
crowd, and just for the crowd, what is nature?
She's a runner, she's a track star.
And what is nature?
Right.
Say what?
What is
She's a runner. Nature is the condition that makes form and structure and constraint and pattern possible at all
on Earth.
Hey.
Okay.
Not a person. I don't know what Mother Nature you got in your head. They done gave you the wrong idea about who the supreme mother.
Man, what is Mother Nature, man? Ain't nobody trying to ask you that, man.
I just told you what it is. And if you don't know, your argument is gonna be I'm telling you, I'm gonna chew you up and spit you out.
Understood.
Damn,
Yo, Suave, who you talking to, bro?
Understood. Yeah,
Goddamn cardinal just flew through my door in my house. I got a fucking cardinal bird in my
somebody fronting him a little work. He done lost his mind out here.
This might be one of the fights of the century. I'm gonna get hot wings for this debate.
Oh man, come
It's
on,
gonna
man.
be good.
Hot wings and Henny. I'm outside.
Whatever y'all get, I hope y'all get this information that I'm trying to give you too, because my information ain't just it's actually information that's gonna work.
Oh, I'm gonna be Googling, brother.
Because,
I'm gonna be in the clouds
Hey, listen
Googling.
though. Hey, check this out, Wall Street, right? When Quantum was doing his bill today, his presentation today, right? I was like, well, damn, this thing the brother talking about, this sounds like some of the things that they teach us in debate class. So I was like, well, damn, but then he finally admitted it. He was like, yeah, I showed this because I'm trying to get people on the mind frame that I am on and in the kind of debate that I do. Man, you was kind of trying to sway the audience, man, with that. Nah, I ain't lying, Quantum. That's that. Yeah. Hey, am I lying, bro, or am I lying?
Well, I don't know which audience you're talking about. If you're talking about debaters, I was just trying to give people who debated who probably haven't took those classes and know about fallacies that they need to look for, or to know that when they form an argument, they might have a fallacy, so they need to make sure they form a
foundation for what we walking into.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
I would just. That's just something I think people.
That's a good question, Wall Street. Go ahead, Wall Street. That's a good question.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying
Wall Street. Ask that question
sound
again.
like that's what he was laying down, like a foundation of what you could expect from the argument. I respect that. I hate niggas that get on panels and run like they gotta keep secrets about their debate. Like, nah, if you stand on the information, like, yeah, I'm gonna crash out on you now, tomorrow, yesterday, and forevermore.
Yo, don't science say that time and space don't exist outside of us?
I'm not sure. I'm sure that's probably. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Wall Street.
Yo, Banu might be my new favorite pseudo. That's all.
No, I'm sure it is some points of view that do say that, Banu. You know, in this reality, everybody got different perceptions of what they see. One thing we do know that though, out of all of those, there's one truth. Somebody is right. Somebody got the most logical explanation for existence. Some people was mad because at one point in time it was a man's world, and so they worship God as a man. Now they want to give it all to the mother and take the man away. You can't do it. I will continue to put it
bro,
in
it's
your
a
chest.
caveat to that, right? Because I deal with science as the primary source, right? Like I deal with what's tangible, what can be proven, right? Now understand though, I am a believer in a higher power, right? Like I do believe there is something that is determining this whole setup, right? But I'm not a religious dude. You know what I mean? I don't get into the Hebrew doctrine and the Torah and all that. You know what I mean? So I just like to deal with where the rubber meets the road. Like, where do the conversations that really affect our lives meet with the arguments? That's why I just want to see y'all updated a little bit more. Like, even if you're going to deal with religion, deal with it from a premise of the effects it's had on us and how we should move forward or something like that. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's in fact, Wall Street, the way you talking, that's exactly what my philosophy does. It's more once we get it all in there, my whole argument is out there, and you see, it's the benefits of what we can do when we understand the mechanics of existence.
I like that.
We won't have to worry about when we praying, who we praying to, who got the most favor with God, who going to hell. People telling me I'm going to hell. They doing worse than me. I got to worry about if my daughter happened to go on a stealing spree for a couple of weeks and somebody rape her and kill her before she apologized, but they get to go to the pen and apologize and go to heaven. Those type of things that we have to think about.
Because look, bro, I believe Harry Potter was a black man, right? And Hogwarts was a black land, right? But I don't want to just have a million conversations about that because it doesn't transition into power where we at now. You hear what I'm saying, OTK, man? Harry Potter was a black man. I'll debate anybody on that.
His name was Harold Potter.
Shit. Oh, shit. Well, hey, so Quantum, let me ask you this. Can philosophy be subjective?
Oh, in the world today, yeah, philosophy can definitely be subjective. It's gonna always be
all right
people's
then.
perspective.
All right then.
Now,
so now, if you show us a documentary or a format, you show us a format on how a debate should be. It also said that you can be basing your argument on the truth, but yet somebody can come up with a fallacy to combat that truth. Or your argument can be based on the false, which can be a fallacy, and then now somebody can combat against that, but yet you can argue against it, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly what your argument has to do. My bad.
Okay.
That's exactly what your argument has to do. Your argument has to be able to be critiqued or to be challenged. Somebody has to be able to challenge yours so you can prove why your point of view makes more logical sense, or whatever kind of argument you got. Me, I have a transcendental argument about the necessities of existence that will end up being the supremacies of existence. That's time and nature. And then it goes through a whole thing. Like I said, I got an epistemology, ontology, and everything that you need for a whole philosophy. So it's
and
like
real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors tonight. We have the results show for the debate everybody's been talking about. If you haven't caught it, you better get your butt over here and watch it.
Peace to my Nagas.
The Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fall, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Yes, we have that coming up shortly. Back to you, gentlemen.
I got my money on King Naga. And I totally disagreed with his argument. But he just continuously like dealt with the information. It wasn't about his resume. And that, won the debate for me.
Yeah, that's he debated his second and third round. That was so flawless. The first round, he was kind of his little 3-minute entrance. I didn't think he was gonna have nothing. But then when he came in that third round,
it cooked. It was the second round. He cooked. Yeah.
What's up with the other dude, bro? He don't want no capitalism smoke.
Well, Quantum.
Yeah.
The other dude who was the lawyer and all the other stuff.
Nah, he ain't here yet. He gonna pop back out.
Quantum not here. Back in about 15 minutes. Quantum's still here.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Now I wanted to ask you: do you think everybody is experiencing the same reality?
Do I feel like everybody is no?
I mean, you can't prove it.
When you say experience, everybody don't have the same experience of this reality.
Experience is all perception.
Yeah, and everybody gonna always have their own perception. That's what creates the multiverse. Each and every individual person is a different universe, is a small fractal universe. You actually do own a universe. It's your perception. Nobody else will ever be able to see the world like Lord Banu. That's your universe that you're looking through.
So do you think it's so you saying it's a definite universe and then everybody else is just experiencing parts of that or interpreting that from their perspective?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's one absolute reality, you're saying?
Absolutely.
Interesting.
My nigga said interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that shit all coded. It's just it reveals itself, bro, as you observe it. And when you're not observing it, that shit ain't really there.
Right.
That's why
I think
my bad. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, I from my understanding, it's the same thing with time and other different phenomenon that we experience. It's only from our brain's interpretation of it, and without that, it wouldn't exist.
I mean, technically, like time, we just measuring how many times. But see, even saying that, we just measuring how many rotations we done took around the sun.
Well, that's just clock time, though. That's just a measurement of time. That's not the totality of the thing that I say when I say time. When I say time, I'm talking about all sequencing in existence.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, like you can't even like outside of us looping around the sun. What is time? Like
there
what are
is
we?
no other metric.
Yeah, we don't. I don't even know what we're using. Like
well, we using existence. If it exists, it's going through the same thing I'm doing. What now? The forces and the fields of that certain section or that fractal of existence might be moving different. The motions might be different. You might can experience it different. But the overall
my fault,
one thing of existence is happening right now and going to always happen right now. The reason we know it is because you can separate the past from right now. All like right now, you can separate a difference of the moments that we just talking about. It's changing right now. Every moment is a change. It's the now, but it's changing that you can say it's past now.
But how wouldn't any of that
All
be
three
clocked?
though. Yeah, because all like even when you talk about past, present, and future in this realm, they all exist at the same time,
Okay, exactly. That's
and they
exactly what
all simultaneously affect each other.
that's the time that I'm talking about right there. That's it.
But how could you define that without what you call clock time?
Because clock time is what we use to measure it, the distance between objects, how long it takes for me to get from here to there, or the distance between experience, or the difference between situations, the difference between events in our life.
Like past and present, right?
Yeah, time is the difference between time can be measured in plenty different ways. You see it when you say, like, if you driving, you going whoop-de-woo miles per hour, you measuring the distance between that. Now you do the same thing with events in your life. That's what we call past and present and now. Like,
is that clock time too?
No, it's a different aspect of it. Clock time, the clock time is the measurement of it.
The measurement of what?
Of the change, of the sequence of the moment that passed.
Yeah, that takes time, right?
Yes.
So what part of that is not clock time, like measuring it? Like what? And then if you got to measure it in
clock time is part of time. Wait, you got it wrong. You trying to say that time is part of clock time? You got it. It's the other way around. But clock time is part of time.
Right.
Clock time is an aspect of the totality of sequencing. It's just one aspect and one way to look at the totality of ordering. That's why it counts. 1, 2, 3. It's just ordering.
But without, see, that's the thing, though. You can measure distance without time, but once you try to,
it don't matter.
Once you try to see how long it takes you, that's depending on the sun.
Yeah, I understood. Whether you measure it or not, though, that moment gonna be passing. You're gonna be experiencing something going from here to there. Whether you measure it or not.
Yeah, but it wouldn't necessarily be time, though.
Oh no, that's what it is.
You say decay.
It necessarily is time, guys. We got to give it its due diligence. I don't know why y'all don't want it to be, but you have to in existence. For existence to ever make sense, you have to. If you take away the sequencing, if you take away the change, if you take away the update function of existence, all you got is just nature doing nothing. Like, y'all know this. I don't know.
But this is what I'm saying. Well, from my understanding, right? Time and space, right? Space would be the piano. The piano's taking up space, right? And time would be like a song that you play on the piano. How could any of that exist without you to experience it?
Did you just ask how time and nature can exist without someone experiencing it?
Time specifically.
Can nature?
Go ahead.
I can't answer your question with a question. There is no way that nature can exist without anything updating or change. The update is the change. You can't.
Say that again.
Existence is time and nature, because existence is the totality of nature changing. Time is the change that is applied to nature. Time is the flow. Nature is the constraint. You cannot have it. This ain't like good or bad or light or dark. These are complementary. You trying to look at them like they fighting. You can't look at these are complementary. They are the preconditions of existence. You can have an existence with just time and nature. Long as you know that there is time for nature to change. Anything else comes downstream. Of course, you can have
Nah,
time in nature without.
you only
experience time without the measurement of it. Like how could you
this stuff only exists for you to perceive it. If you're not here to perceive this, it doesn't even exist. That's the only reason why it's here.
That's what I'm saying.
You are just a universe.
It was here before I was able to perceive it.
No, but you've been here.
Wait, I said it was here before I was able to perceive it. Can you deny that?
But you've been okay, yeah.
Can you?
I won't deny it.
Okay, that's it. If I know for a fact, guys, listen to me. I'm not making this up.
Before you could perceive it in the brain, yeah.
I know for a fact that existence was here before I existed. I know this.
Existence?
A fact. Time and nature. Existence is.
How? You can't know that for a fact because you can't prove anything outside of your own head for a fact.
My mama and my daddy tell me all the time how my mama wasn't pregnant with me and then she got pregnant with me.
You can't prove anything outside of your head though. That's
I can prove it. My mama, my
how?
daddy.
You've never seen anything outside of your head.
I see what the problem is. Don't do this to yourself, Blue. Please.
Have you ever experienced the world outside of your head?
Yes.
How?
This is crazy.
My skin.
Sir, even if your skin is only relaying the information to your brain. Now, have you ever experienced the world outside of your head?
Okay.
How?
Now this is okay. Now, the brain is relaying the messages to my body. My mind is relaying the messages to my brain. What's relaying the message to my mind? This is what y'all don't know that my philosophy teaches. There's
your mind is using the brain.
No, it's not.
The brain is a technology that your mind uses to interact with the planet.
No, your
and other
mind
beings on the planet.
That's not the way it goes. You are a frequency called a soul. Your mind is the software, like the steering wheel of the car, like the dashboard, the lights, the brakes and stuff. That's what the mind is, and your body is the car. I'm gonna say this again. Your soul is the user. This is where all your thoughts and stuff come from. The mind is in between there as the steering wheel, so when they say the chemical reactions, that chemical reaction is residue from the actual you, the frequency of you causing your mind to send signals to your body. This is actually proven in the liver with experiments when they say that it seems that somebody makes a move before their brain actually does it. And this is why they say it's chemical reaction. But I'm telling you that chemical reaction from the actual individual frequency, that's you. And this is what
you mean before they can consciously process it. And that just means that you're able to process it. Your brain is processing things before you can consciously process
that just means your brain is.
So that's why you're reacting to it.
No, that just means your brain is processing it slow. It's a lag, like when you play a video game. It's a lag because you make that decision from your
You just said that we program. Yeah, your brain is programmed to filter out information.
No, your brain is a radio that catches the signal.
A radio.
Yeah, you a frequency. The individual you is a frequency. You interact with your brain through your mind. Your brain is what sends the signals to your body after you make the choice in your individuality, the frequency that's you. These are things that y'all gonna have to learn. They don't know them right now, but this is why I have the philosophy of onlyism, and it will be in colleges soon, and we will start testing these things. I ain't telling you that these are proposed methods of finding such mechanisms, as opposed to saying, no, we can't know, and no, it just ain't. I'm not gonna do that. I went to find it, and I found it.
Hey man, you got to go to the drawing board on some of that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Can you define time?
Drawing board, bro. It's gonna fall apart. I'm telling you, y'all sharpen that suit or what? But I get you though.
How can you define time outside of the understood metric of time?
You can't.
Because when
Maybe
you
you
when
need
you
another
because
word.
when you have because
You
when you
can't.
form a philosophy, because they have this thing called philosophy. When you think that people don't know what they talking about, you go study and you see if you can't find a better answer. And that's what I did. And I can prove it through my arguments and through all of the rigorous studies that I've done, that the way that I think is more logical than the way that they've been telling you guys to think. That's what I'm saying.
I ain't mad at you, but that's an uphill battle. Like for a lot of
Hey, that's what it
conversations,
is. That's what it is. But it's a generation out there that they ain't been indoctrinated yet. And I guarantee you, when they see this before they see that other shit, they'll find the most logical explanation of existence. And this is what we're gonna roll with, because we got to get better as the humankind. And if you keep believing all that other stuff, we never gonna get better until you actually give credence to what you actually see in existence. You see nature changing at all times. You get paid for the time that you give in existence. It takes time for a body to form in a so you know that, and y'all keep on trying to do that. This is why we're gonna stay.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Have you done any experiments?
Absolutely. We have an institute called the Only Divinity Institute. Don't trip, Crip. We're gonna get it.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm Benedict, I ain't Crip. I just want you to explain the like what experiment did you do? I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
hey, yo, Banu set tripping.
What kind of
Crazy
experiment?
Wall Street. Don't
What
trip,
kind of
Crip.
experiment
God
did you
damn,
do?
that was crazy work.
What kind of experiments did you
My
do
bad. I didn't mean to cut
Wow.
you shit, man.
to see time without measurements of time, measuring time?
Now I deal with
Man,
the
you
question.
sitting
That's a
here trying.
valid
You
question.
sitting here taking your time trying to tell me that time don't exist. How is
No,
that
I'm not.
possible?
I'm
You
not
keep
telling
using time, bro, and it's saying take your
you
time. All of this is based around the sun.
the
These
measurements.
are the
This is
exactly. That's what I'm telling you. You
yeah, the
know it
mo.
exists. You know it exists. Yet you trying to find
Yeah, but how many times
explain
Time.
it.
you
I
go
don't.
around the sun? Like, so if you on Mars, what are you doing? You gonna be
We're doing
going
the
by
same
how
thing.
many times the Earth is going around the sun
It
still?
don't
Is
matter
time
how
still
you
a factor?
measure it. It don't
Measurement.
matter. However you want to measure it, that makes sense to you.
Hold up, y'all.
It don't matter what
So
you
if
measure.
you, so
If
what
you
if you
want
on a
hold on,
planet that don't revolve
hold on,
around the
Blue.
sun?
Hold on, Blue. Hold on, Blue.
Hold up, y'all.
Let's just
Let
say
me
you
can
went
I
to
hey yo,
Mars right
Quantum,
now.
Quantum,
Let's just
Quantum. Let me ask you a
Till
question real
OTK
quick, bro.
fall
no, hold
back.
on. Let me
Quantum.
finish. Let me land my plane. Let me
Hold
land my
up.
plane real quick. Knowledge. Hold on, Knowledge.
Can
Let me land
you
my plane.
have time
Let me
without
land my plane. Knowledge. Hold on. Let me
observation?
land my
Hold
plane. Let
on,
me land my
TK.
plane.
Let him land his plane.
Let me land my
That's
plane.
Then
what
you
Blue
can
was
go.
asking.
Listen,
OTK fall
listen,
back.
Blue. If you took off on a ship right now and you went to Mars, time is gonna be passing on Mars. Same time is passing for me here on Earth. However you measure it, I don't care about none of that. That great thing of time passing, the changes that you're experiencing, the ordering that you taking to even take steps, to even know where you at, to know where you came from. It's
So you're
But
not
time.
you said,
dealing with the
I'll deny
metric of
that.
time.
How
Because
can I?
but you said
you would agree if
clock.
you on Mars, it's gonna be a different metric than Earth in terms of a year, right?
I ain't
Going
never
around that
said
sun.
that. I ain't never said that time. And I said there's different aspects of time from the beginning. I'm talking about the total.
Wait, my bad. Go ahead.
I'm saying it again. Father Time and Mother Nature are the preconditions of existence. Not no persons, not no people. They don't have intentions. Y'all seem to keep forgetting. They are the functions that are needed for any existence to be in the first place. For anybody to do things, for any nature to do anything, it needs time. For time, for anything to change, it needs nature. Like we know this.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Absolutely.
Can you just define time from your philosophy? Just define time so I know exactly what you're talking about.
I done defined time 6 times.
I wasn't here.
Tonight.
It's a measurement.
It's the condition. It's a condition. There's measurements that you can take. Time is the condition that makes before and after even possible. It's sequence, it's update, it's change. In existence, the totality of it.
Does it take
the condition? Not no measurement. I'm talking about the condition. That's why I call it father, because it's a condition that's needed for anything to happen. That's why I call
Does
mother
that condition
mother, because it's a condition for anything.
Let's pass it. Quantum Truth. Some people have some questions about it. When you're not talking to, you have an echo. Can you,
does that condition take time?
You said what? I didn't hear that. Banu, you cut. You said something time.
I said, does that condition take time?
Does what condition?
Time.
You asked me if time takes time.
You said it's the condition, right? That make before and after possible. So I said, does that condition that makes before and after possible, does it take time? Like the measurement of time.
Condition. It is that condition that makes the measurements possible.
Right. So what is it though? Like what is it?
It's time. It's time. It's the condition that makes before and after possible. It's sequence. It's update. It's change. How many times? I'm not going to answer that question anymore. If you ain't took the notes and tell you, it's time. It's father time. It's the condition that makes it's the condition that makes before and after possible. I'm not going to keep saying this. If you don't get what that means, you need to go start looking up words that you ain't understanding now, because I'm beginning to believe that
you're understanding the words that
so now, but hold on, when you talk the words, right? I'm curious, what's your definition of condition? I don't really make the connection to that in time. I view time as a metric, right? Like how a foot is a foot, an hour is an hour, right? I look at condition as black folks in slavery in the 1800s. That was our condition, and where we are today in 2026. So if you're applying time, time is still a metric in both conditions. An hour under slavery is an hour under my beautiful life. Like the metric don't change.
Right.
So I'm just trying to understand the condition portion.
No. All right. A condition in quantum onlyism, man, is a requirement. It's something that has to be in place for something else to happen or to be true. In plain talk, if you don't understand that, the only way I can say it is a condition.
Now that makes sense. That makes sense.
Now, it's three types of clean, different condition in onlyism, because this is a whole philosophy. So I understand y'all. Listen, there's a thing called necessary conditions. If a necessary condition is missing, that thing can't happen. Just like oxygen is necessary for human breathing. If it ain't no oxygen, it ain't gonna be no breathing.
And see, that's why I asked the question, because I didn't expect you to give me that answer, but you dealing with conditions.
Y'all didn't. Y'all want. I don't understand. Like,
I'm giving you your flowers, bro. Like, you dealing with conditions from that definition. I understand what you're saying. Like, I get the point.
And I don't mean to sound frustrated. I just be thinking everybody already see this, man. And when they don't, it frustrates me, because I can't believe they don't. Because I don't think that I know something that don't nobody else know. This philosophy, I don't think that don't nobody else knows. For some reason, I just believe that they be trying to take stuff out and put stuff, give shit to this. When what we see actually is what like I said, I see the only logical explanation for everything is that time and nature has always been, and everything else emerges through time.
But being that this is your philosophy, do you think it's a possibility that you could be wrong?
If it's my philosophy, I have to, as a philosopher, say that there's a possibility. But can you prove it? You have to prove to me then that you have to even explain to me an existence without using any constraint or any update language. You can't.
But what you have to do, but hold on. But what you would have to do, right, is to show me time without it taking time.
Why would I have to do that? I said time exists.
I didn't say. I'm saying you said that time is not the measurement of anything. That time is the condition. So I'm asking you.
I said that's not what I said. You straw manning me. Don't do that.
You said time is the condition.
I said you're talking about clock. When you're talking about clock time, which is the measurements of the totality of time. It's when you're breaking it down into increments. We're talking about two different times. You're equating clock time to the totality of ordered update. These are two different times. But the time that you're talking about can be found in the ordered update.
So that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you, to show me the time that you're talking about without it taking time, the measurement of time. If the measurement of time exists and what you're saying time is the condition, then you should be able to show me time without it taking any time at all. If it supersedes the measurements of time, or you might you should just come up with another word for what you're calling time.
He's not disagreeing with the metric of time.
I can't do that, Lord Badu. What you're gonna have to do is come to grips with that measurement of time that you see is just a small fraction of what time actually is. That's what you're gonna have to do, bud. Not me.
You're saying this. I'm not saying nothing. I'm asking you questions about what you're saying. Well, I gotta prove something if you the one saying something.
That ain't what I said. That ain't what I said.
Come to me.
See, you keep on
Gentlemen, hold up. Gentlemen, Suave Boss got a super chat on his channel. It says, shout out Big Boss Titan. Tighten the up. Bow. Blood over wine. Shout out Hey Goddess.
What's up, guys?
Bow.
Yeah.
Peace.
Like I said, if you can prove to me an existence without using time and nature language, then
why do I gotta prove anything? I'm asking you something about what you're saying. You said time is not a measurement.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Well, you said the time that I'm talking about is a measurement, and that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about the totality of a condition, right?
That lets the time that you're talking about even be able to happen.
Right. So what is it?
It's ordered update. It's the counting. Like when you hear when your time goes.
That's what they do on the clock. They count. It's 1, 2, 3.
It's the ordered update.
I may have to jump in and maybe cast a little context on I think what Only is trying to say. You can straighten me out, Only is. I don't know, guys. If we're going to account for something that hasn't happened yet, we got to look at the negative. Numbers occur on the negative side as well, or on the imaginary side of things. That would be time reverse. And so when things happen physically, we're going to take the time takes on positive attributes and measurements and so forth. We see this in mathematics, right? There's a thing called imaginary numbers. See, the number line positive rolls into infinity as it does what? Negative, right? To break the absolute is also negative as well. Mm-hmm. So the mother nature aspect is considered more or less, particularly when time things hasn't happened yet, said condition hasn't occurred yet. So things exist in the feminine or subconscious in the negative, right? It sounds about right.
Yeah. So,
and I'm just wanted to, jump in a little bit, say hi, what up, fam? Hey, how everybody doing? What's up, A1? My dude from day one, right? And so, just chopping up with the family, but a condition. I think the family is having an issue with understanding like what is true, what is conditions really truly all about. And from my standpoint, I would say a condition could be anything. It could be a set of rules, laws. It could be something that you build physically. You're incorporating certain conditions to give a multiploid of conditions to give rise to some kind of complex structure or thought, or it could be a physical building or whatever. These things comes about in thought where time isn't nothing. It makes, if I'm saying it right, onlyism, where time isn't necessarily being tracked. We're talking about in the non-physical. Time mainly deals with the assignment or to take place, to track and trace, so to speak, to keep track of an event only in the physical sense, or in what I call the 3D set form of reality, right? Now, we know that comes from giving birth to your brain, or your what we call birth child, or a birth child or thought form, right? Which is in the mind, which time is pretty much infinite. So to answer the brother's question, is he said, well, what is time about without which when you're thinking of, when you're formulating these things, time is pretty much instant, because you're not
But
dealing
wait,
with it's a current thing. Things you're thinking of concepts almost instantly, because there's no physicality, there's no space, right, in the mind, right, in the
but
common
wait.
sense. Go ahead.
Real quick, because I'm trying to understand what you're saying, right?
Go ahead.
Like, and I
Right.
gotta preface how I
And
view
ask
time.
any question. Anybody ask any question you want to ask.
Time,
Yeah, how do you
time is
measure
simply
that?
time is simply a metric, right?
Right.
So
Right.
before a mile was defined, right?
Right.
If you go back to Kemet or the Berbers or whatever, a
Right.
mile was still a mile according to metrics, right?
Physicality. Right. You're
Like
measuring
an
space.
hour would
Right.
still be an hour, right?
Right. If you're measuring space, again, space. Right. You understand what I'm saying? When we measure a mile with space, a mile represents distance, which tracks what? Space. Space
Not
is
always
distance.
distance,
Well, what will be a mile without distance and space?
but I don't think time is
Right. See what I'm saying?
distance.
You got that. You know what I'm saying? So mile equates to space. If that's what we're tracking, which what distance applies to space. You understand?
Wait. But I'm saying no, metrics can apply to things outside of space. Metric
Right.
can apply to, well, density of space, but like time.
Right.
Time is the easiest one to go with, right?
So what? So
Like,
we good on the mile? We
well,
good on that
yeah.
part?
Well, now
Okay.
we always been good on a mile. Like that
Okay.
was my
Okay. Let's
whole
go. Okay.
argument
Okay. Let's go to the. Okay.
before it was defined or not. A mile is simply a metric, the same
Right.
way an hour is,
Right.
right?
Right.
Right. Now, which where you going? So the time, the hour applies to, we're measuring again a moment of observation, tracking. Remember, this we're dealing with experience. All of this metric and these conditions. I want to mention this to onlyism. When we're dealing with these things, we have to make sure we put an observer in the central future of this stuff. This is the driving force of all of this.
But
Well,
wait.
I heard something.
An
Right.
hour is simply 1/24th of the
Right.
amount of time it takes the Earth to rotate.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily deal with observation, because whether I'm observing it or not, right? If we believe that the world is round and spinning, right, and this is what the metric of time is based off of, then an hour is simply an hour, whether it's being observed or not.
Okay. Now, given what you've said, onlyism would say that's a set of condition assigned and created by a person who observes, who put that into motion, that may have died a long time ago.
That
But
was his point.
his motion was set in moment in happening and moving forward as we go further in the future. New people will be born and agree to that construct of some maybe not yours or my particular, or we didn't originate that to set that time frame as we understand it, but someone had to observe that the sun was doing the earth was doing these things in terms of movement, right? This is what science does. And so we observe the environment, right? And so we come up with constructs, or what onlyism, what conditions, right? That would
But
give
here's the
rise,
thing though.
just follow me for a second, that would give rise to tracking, in this case, the movement of the earth under the guise of time,
I
right?
would agree.
Okay.
So I'm saying before these metrics were defined, right?
Right.
Once they are defined, they existed before being observed. A mile was still a mile before we knew what a mile was, right? An
Right.
hour was still 1/24th of the Earth's rotation before
Right.
we had the sundial. You get what I'm saying?
Right. It's facts. And so we're back to the negative. So, but it doesn't, when something, and it's going to be other discoveries of moving. I don't want to take the conversation, but I can walk with the fam. And so us other discussions and other conditions, if you will, that will be set that we haven't necessarily established yet, that exist. They're just not physically established yet. This would be considered negative, into the negative, or it's still real. It's just
So it's not connected to
unrealized.
the observation.
Right, exactly. Because it hasn't been what thought of yet,
Hasn't
right?
been thought of, or
Right, right.
it's not the possibility. It's a
It's a
possibility when somebody
possibility,
thinks about
right?
it. The
It's
first
just
time somebody thinks about it, it's a possibility. Boom, it's in
right.
that
But
possibility.
metrics are finite. Once we define it, we can apply that
Facts. Right.
to a time where we weren't here. An hour was still an hour in Kemet, right? Like a
Right.
mile was still a mile with the Berbers. Shout out to Silky,
Right.
right?
So
Like
right, says Silky D in this mother, right? My
his
dude.
goofy ass
Right.
stuff on me.
That's my bro, man. That's my brother Aries, man. Aries life, brother. Yeah, go ahead. Facts, facts. And so we understand these things between the feminine and the masculine, call it what we may. As I heard somebody said there's no such thing as intent. Somebody said, well, wait, don't you got intent? We yeah, the all philosophical systems, if we're going to deal with an observer, there has to be a set intention per set observer. This is a requirement or prerequisite if we're going to have constructive thought and or the resultant condition.
But see, I
Correct.
disagree
But
with that though.
who else would it be relevant to if you didn't do that?
But here's
Facts.
my thing with
Facts.
metrics, right? The observation defines it, right? But it was
Right.
still going on way before the observation. A mile was still a mile before we measured it and
Right,
classified it.
right.
So you got to understand each person's observation or scientific discoveries may vary from another person's definition. There's no absolutes in any of this stuff, and so this
Now
is
that's
why science
problematic.
constantly change all the time. Notice that. Notice these things will be updated. A mile wasn't absolutely all the time. Was it 5,400 feet? It varied over years. To be honest, depending on which civilization we're dealing with, in the value of the numeric system. A number one, you see what I'm saying? So over
I
time,
wouldn't
we just
argue
have a
that.
we just have a agreed construct under the modern system in a conventional present day education system, as me and you understand it, which I can agree, but it's always varied to some degree over years. It's sometimes at some point they never used a mile in some civilizations at all. They didn't use yards and units of measure as we understand it today.
But my
Mhm.
argument is once we create a metric, that still existed before they understood it or not, right? Like a
In
mile is
terms of
simply a
mind,
measurement.
right? In mind, now everything exists in mind. No, everything's there, whether we think of it or not. It comes from somewhere. It comes from a bank, a root bank of sorts, and so, and that's why I would consider that the subconscious, or the mother aspect of the nature aspect. And so, when we begin to decide to create these things, the father time part is actually kicked into play, as I understand it,
Yes.
establishing what we call causation or initiation. I won't go too far ahead of myself, but this is where the two extremes or the two polar opposites unify together to what we call, in my circles, rectify the paradox. Right.
Hey, yo, bro, what's your
And
name?
see,
This is Sadiq, bro.
Oh, this is Sadiq.
This
I
is Sadiq,
do know
bro.
you.
Right? Oh yeah, you know me.
All right, yo, I love a
thank-
good pseudo argument, man. I'm gonna say
thanks,
what
Oh
I'm
Sadiq,
saying.
man.
for helping me with that. Yeah, it's just Banu left, but yeah, Wall Street. I think is to me, time is a condition, and the clock time that we talking about is a tool. The difference
Facts.
is the difference is like when I say father time, I'm talking about all of that. That's why I say ordered update, before and after, sequence, change, duration, because that's what that clock is telling us. It's telling
And
us
so
what
I don't want
time.
you to give away your argument, but I'm saying how are you connecting that to nature and like what's your premise again? What's the contention?
Um, he says that nature, nature can act
Exist
in
without
existence
time.
without nature can act in existence without time.
Facts. To some degree, I would say we're about to stop for the absolutes, but uh yeah, you get into the immaterial worlds and so forth. Time seems to somewhat, at least as we understand it, I would just say, because there's no fixed construct that's necessarily collectively agreed to be observed, right? We can only agree on, in a collective sense, on
Oh
something that's
shit, this is my
physically that
wife.
exists.
I'm coming right back, A1.
Right, but
All
if
right, brother, for
something
sure, brother.
exists,
Yep.
but Sadiq, if something exists, right, we
Right.
know that time has to be we know that if something exists, the reason it exists is because it has the ability to change, to update. If it doesn't have that ability, then it's just a static nothing.
Yeah, I agree
I
with
mean,
that.
it's
Yeah,
something,
I
but
stay away
it
from the
ain't
absolutes.
changing.
Right, right. I got you. I see what you're saying. Now, I would reframe it this way. Um, I'm gonna make a couple points. Number one, when we think about when we deal with the immaterial world, this is some very advanced shit for the viewing audience. For those who I'm pretty sure people are like, what is going on? What are we talking about here? We're dealing with the immaterial world, which occurs in many different stages before anything is physically seen. Bobby Hemming goes into it nicely, and a few others. At any rate, when we understand that, for those who've meditated to an nth degree, understand that when we intend something, it occurs instantly, without delay. See, without delay, because there's no physicality. And so that's been said, what's faster than the speed of light? Some would say thought. See, thought is almost instantaneous, right? No absolute, but it's pretty much instant because there's nothing to this. There's no point A to point B in your thinking. There's no distance, right? Because there's no physicality. There's no space. There's no matter. You're dealing with stuff that precedes all of that. Well, number one. Number two, um, I would ask you, brother, onlyism, if I make my second point, what would you think would occur if time was removed from the physical world? Let's say right now, or let's say from the beginning. We noticed this. Let me put a little more context. Let's say we notice how we all fairly familiar with history. We know that things happen in certain years and certain times throughout certain civilizations. What happened if time was removed from history?
And you talking about the onlyism father time that I'm talking about, the ordered change, or you talking about just the measurements?
Just for kicks, just to keep things interesting. Like, what would you?
If the measure, if there would never be a time, as long as a species is comfortable, where they don't have to worry about their survival, and they're going to start seeing changes. And once they notice them changes, it's going to come around that time is going on. They're going to understand what the change is. So the reason that we know that time is because there was a time of peace in the human biology that they had time to say, oh, this is changing. My hair growing, or I'm getting taller, or
right.
You know what I'm saying? There was time when they say, oh, well, I took off walking from that tree over there and I'm over here. The sun is over there.
Right.
Oh, that change, like it's just going to happen because it is happening. So the ordered update, if you take clock time away and say that people are not.
And remember, history has occurred. So that's when I'm testing your amplitude on how would you gauge time in the physical world. That way I can make a deduction, which how you view it in the immaterial and vice versa. What would happen if you remove time from history? Now these events happen. What happens if you just snatch time out, even in retrospect?
After they already happened and take time.
Right. And we're walking with the family to test like Mortal Kombat. We're testing our might here with the bricks.
Now see in my onlyism epistemology, this would be an incoherent thought because I can't imagine. Like I can't even. The only thing I can imagine, I can't even imagine when you ask me that question.
Yes.
For you to say I'm taking time out, which means time had never occurred, then that means none of those things have ever occurred. If we're talking about my time, when you're asking me about onlyism, father time, change, update, before and after, there's no before and after. So
I can roll with you. Now you mentioned the word, you said things will be what was that first part you said? Things will become what if you take time out?
Just that, like noise, like no.
I could roll with you. Now I'm gonna clarify what I'm asking you. That this what would happen if we if we start from the beginning of just we can just pick a small timeline. Let's say just the I don't know I don't know, just let's say just from the dark ages, or
The dark ages.
let's go from the dark ages to the current. Okay, if we take out now, we know that things have occurred. Again, I'm just going to repeat the premise. That things have occurred and things were created, and all events and significant world events and so forth, wars and what have you, occurred at certain time. Or there's from the point of the beginning of the dark ages to currently, it's a timeline with different goddamn train would come while making a critical point. But along that line, there's notches and edges every so often to indicate key events. We could agree. Now, watch this. Now, we're going to take time away. All your events would occur at one time. Thus, time is acting as the great separator.
Yeah, because
between events.
Right.
This is what time is doing. See, and so this also work, of course. I don't go too far ahead of myself. But we have to look at that. So we take time out. We said things will become, I would say, a mush because everything will happen all at once. You see what I'm saying? Because there's no space between the events.
Yeah.
No, remember, time measures a space in this regard between the events, thus separating each one so they can be observed. I'll just stop there. I don't want to go too far. And I don't want to take the conversation.
That's right, Sadiq. Thank you. And that's why I say, because there's a such thing as a block universe, like you're talking about, but it doesn't take away the ordering or the updating in existence. Because when we say block universe, to me, all we doing is zooming out and becoming big as the universe, and so everything is happening at once. But if you go down and I shrink back down to my regular size, all those things are happening at once. It's just that I have signs and things that I can look that are relevant to other things in space that gives me a way to measure the changes of
Right now, to the average person, I got follow. I see what you're saying now. When you say that, people are like, man, that average lady. Remember, this is some advanced shit, guys. But I'll put it in my words to see and tell me if I'm wrong. When we expand perspective, I use the word perspective in my circles, then we can see a more broader sequence of events that can occur from many different points of view, of many different aspects of people living. You see, if you zoom out of New York City, you can see a lot of shit going on at one time.
Mm-hmm.
But when you zoom in, you narrow your perspective, then your sequence of events or the scope of such can be much more limited in comparison to more accurately control, like you just said, your words, to control a change just in that field of view, right?
So I have a couple of questions, I guess, about the premise here. And I don't know. Maybe
Hey, what's up? What's up, brother? How you been? I know you
was gonna say after you go, we kind of got to close out, but go ahead and get it out.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious. I think that it's just kind of like circular, just to say that time must exist because change happens. So I don't know that the time evidence for time itself just being something does. It haven't really defined what it is. It keeps being defined in terms of what it does. But I guess my question is, at what point in any moment does change actually occur? So if we're going from let's say position T1 to T2, where does the actual change occur? If T is time, and so T1 is let's say a wheel at some position, and then T2 is a wheel at some other position. Where is the actual change taking place philosophically and metaphysically?
Yeah, and that's why it's not circular, because it would be circular if all I was talking about, and I was referencing time to time, but I'm not referencing time to that. I'm referencing time to the change of that thing, like you talk, that wheel change that is experienced.
Right. And you're saying this change happens over time, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not. Oh, yeah. It does.
Yeah. So then it's circular. But just tell me, where does it happen?
It happens in nature.
Right. So we have T1 and T2. I'm saying, so at what point does time come in? What makes the object go from one state to the next?
That's a good question. Right.
What makes the object go? Which object are we talking about?
It can be any object. Doesn't matter if the object is. Like for example, so Zeno's paradoxes were famous for accounting for these issues. These have been well-established issues that are being kind of glossed over up here pretty willy-nilly. But let's say that I'm going to fire an arrow, right, or a bullet, whatever. The bullet begins in one state. At that state, it's motionless, right? But some kind of way, the bullet ends up apparently to us across the room or in whatever it's fired into. And if it's not fired into anything, then eventually hitting the ground and bouncing off something like that. But again, my question is at every particular moment, it would be frozen. If we could pause at every particular moment, it would be frozen. I'm asking what makes it go from one state, let's say the state from the gun, to 4 centimeters down the line. What causes it to go from one state to the next?
Got you. I'm glad you mentioned Zeno paradoxes, because them basically just got your arguments built on a bad assumption that motion requires completing an infinite number of equal tasks in a finite time. And that's fine that you did that, but you take the classical halfway version. To reach the wall, you must go half the distance, then half the remaining, then half again forever. So it looks like you'll never arrive. That fix is simple. An infinite number of steps can sum to a finite total.
Well, if it's infinite, how could it ever be finite? Okay, let me give an example. Let me give an example because infinite
because the sum is one.
Well, no, the sum
is one. So you can complete infinitely many subdivisions. In the sense that the total distance.
Okay. Here's my last question. Okay, because what you're saying right here is nonsense, and so I'm gonna show you how.
Oh no, it's not nonsense.
Wait. Okay, that's fine. You can show it right now. Let's say that I have a hotel, and the hotel has infinite rooms. Okay, infinite rooms. Okay, there are infinite many guests. Check into the hotel. Are there any rooms available left when a new infinite number of guests arrive to check into the hotel? Are there any rooms available?
Now say that one more time.
I have no, because you're trying to type this in. I said it already.
I'm not trying to type nothing in.
Okay, cool. There's infinite numbers. Okay, I have a hotel with infinite rooms. Okay, infinite many guests.
I'm writing this down. Hold on.
I bet you are.
Yeah, I got to write this down so I can put it in.
There's a hotel with infinite rooms available. Infinite guests come in, and they come check into the rooms. Are there any rooms available? You just had a new infinite number of guests arrive to try to check into a hotel. Are there any rooms available?
I love these gotcha.
Leon just going. He's going for the juggler.
I got the answer from though, Leandre. He come in his Negro spirit.
Okay, can I get an answer? How many rooms are available?
Absolutely. You're describing Hilbert's hotel. I'm trying.
Yes, I know you're googling it, but not answering my question.
Get mad. I'm trying to answer my question now. Can I answer it for you?
Yes.
You arguing paradoxes, then you mad because I know what you're talking about.
You just said infinite.
Don't get mad, Leandre. Let me answer your question. Can you shut? I ain't gonna be mean to you. Can you let me answer the question? You have a hotel with infinitely many rooms, right? Room 1, room 2, room 3.
Can you stop reading the chat GPT and tell me how many hotel rooms are available?
Yes, already checked in, right? 1 per room. The question is,
we got another train coming.
Are there any rooms available? In the normal sense, no.
Okay, cool. Now, cool. So there's
every room is occupied.
So then that means
a new infinite number of guests arrives.
But wait, listen.
Can you still fit them in Hilbert's hotel, math lens? Yes. You can always make space, Leandre.
Cool. So here's my question then. So
I don't want to answer any more of your questions. I'm done with you. Trying to
right. If what you just said is true, so why did you just say that it could be divided, that it would reach some finite number?
You could always make space.
Now, brother Sadiq, let me ask you a question, brother.
That's
Sadiq.
true.
Now, brother Sadiq, let me ask you a question. Now, listen. Watch this. Now, watch this.
You can always make room.
Listen what he just said.
You lose.
He just got through telling us.
Go back to law school.
Right.
Go back to law school.
Go back to law school. You lose. Half of the guests leave.
You lost the onlyism. Go
if
tell
half of the guests leave the hotel the next day.
Go with your paradoxes.
How many rooms are available?
I don't want to hear somebody else's paradoxes that you learned in college. You get your own argument being at the onlyism. You lose.
We do have a results show coming up
I
with
don't
the
want to hear
Andre
nobody. You
McBride
lose.
here in a couple minutes. So let's get closing remarks out so that way we can start this new stream up, gentlemen. Let's
Only
start
the
with
truth.
Out the Blue. You still here?
I can answer all your questions.
Hold up.
Them paradoxes have been
Hold up,
answered.
Jermaine. We got it.
Make sure you put that down. Those philosophies that you studied ain't shit. You're going to have to go back to school and study onlyism.
Hey, what college is going to be the first to roll this out? You never told
What
us.
college did you graduate from?
Fresno Pacific University.
This nigga's scared.
This nigga's scared.
Oh, they're going for the gusto on it.
All right, closing remarks, gentlemen.
All right, who want to go first?
Or you want to start, Sadiq? So that way,
Oh no! I mean, no. I was at who want to go first. I can. You know.
okay.
I go first.
Good job. You can lead.
Okay, my man. I appreciate you guys, man. It's an honor to be on here with our brother A1, man. We coming together just right. This is real good. There's no space like here, man. I feel like I'm at home when I come on here, man. And I appreciate the open invitation and an open platform, A1, for sure, bro. And I appreciate talking to my brothers in a panel. We have to stay away from these absolutes. We particularly where we talk about finite, infinity, and all of this. I mean, we can look at distance from 1 to 2 as appears to be finite, but it's infinity in between. Starting with 1.1, 1.2 is the infinite numbers of decimal points after the decimal. When would you get to 2, right? Then once you get up to 1.2, you got another infinity behind the decimal point, and so on. It would take forever to get to 2, right? So, just so we have to open up the mind like we do on these platforms to expand, to come up with our new, like Brother Oni said, come up with our own philosophies that many would say that is found in some of these universities as it once were. There were visionaries that started these schools, and many schools became linked together to form a university. A university is different types of colleges put together under one umbrella, and they call it a university. It's really all a university is. And so I think having these conversations, while it may be zany and sound, quite frankly, ridiculous to most, to be honest, bizarre, outright bizarre. No argument there. But truth as spirituality, where spirituality is concerned, is not understood the same across the board, I would just say. So it doesn't sound, let's want to say it's crazy or bizarre. I like to use the word fantastic. It sounds a little too fantastic to believe, but it's just as true nonetheless. And with that being said, man, I'm going to yield to my other brothers, man, to wrap it on up, man. Again, it's a pleasure for sure, brothers.
Who you got going next, man?
You go next.
Okay, cool.
You got it, Andre. Go ahead, bro.
So here's what I'll do. I'll go ahead and go next. Don't let me interrupt what I'm about to say. So here's what I did. So I came home. I'm holding a book. It's called Everything's an Argument. It's the 6th edition. And I want to read a section. Shout out to the brothers who said that I shouldn't have did exactly what I did in that debate. But let me read it. Put simply, arguments based on character ethos depend on trust. We tend to accept arguments from those we trust, and we trust them, whether individuals, groups, or institutions, in good part because of their reputations. 3 main elements: trustworthiness, credibility, authority, and unselfish or clear motives add up to ethos. To answer serious and important questions, we often turn to professionals, doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, pastors, or to experts, those with knowledge and experience, for wise and frank advice. Such people come with some already established ethos based on their backgrounds and their knowledge. Thus, appeals or arguments about character often turn to claims like these: a person, a group, or institution is or is not trustworthy or credible on the issue. A person, group, or institution does not have the authority to speak on this issue. A person or group or institution does not have the unselfish or clear motives for addressing the subject. Ethos is about oftentimes authority. And so I know people don't like that. It's usually an educated person who don't like that sort of thing is mentioned and brought up. Tough shit. So there's that. 2, the other thing is that I don't know what this crazy man was up here talking about just a second ago. We're talking about time and space and Zeno's paradoxes. This is why I said what I said. Everyone should not have rights to access the internet. Shout out to A1 for his charity and in making that possible for some people. But shout out to Titans Debate League. Y'all stick around and watch for the results show. I'm out.
Appreciate you. Appreciate your kind words, Slim. We'll pass it on to Out the Blue. You still here?
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Just want to say, man, I appreciate y'all, man, having me up. Appreciate the league, man. Good to see y'all building, keeping it going. Hopefully, man, I'll be able to jump in, get a couple win offs with somebody, man, and and do a little promotion myself as well, man. I definitely don't mind that.
Yes, sir. You definitely welcome over here anytime. Just holler at me, send me a picture. We'll get you a graphic and an animated background going, and start you with a show or maybe an argument alley.
Okay, bet.
Bet.
Yeah, we'll definitely do that. All right, appreciate y'all.
Hey, brother A.
And quantum onlyism, it is on you.
Yo, shout out first to the Titans Debate League. Shout out to the Coliseum. Shout out to the show for quantum onlyism. Today we talked about forming arguments. We talked about those people you got to watch for. Those people who's gonna try their best to say that their papers are authority. And who wouldn't say that? Who wouldn't say, oh, if I went to school to do this, we're going to say that these are the authority. But they know that there's people out there who think critically without those books. And you can find the same answers without those books, guys. I'm not saying don't go to college. I commend Leandre for being able to snitch on people and send them to jail and stuff and then write case for him to act like he helping getting them out. I commend you for being a snake like that. However, when you come to me, you come with your own shit. All that stuff. I told you, just like you can't do. You wonder how I answered that question that you had about Hilbert's hotel? You don't understand still, do you? You don't understand that people can do it without school. I don't care about what you think your authority is because I just proved to you that you lost. You tell each current guest in room N to move to room 2N. So that's 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 3 to 6. That frees up all the odd rooms. The reason I know this is because I have a philosophy that answers these questions. Don't get mad at me because I did it. And all those philosophers that you looked up to and those paradoxes that you never thought would be answered has been answered. You're going to have to go to philosophy school again if you want to. You're going to have to stop putting people in jail and then writing briefs to try to get them out. Don't put them in there in the first place. You're going to have to come to the knowledge that when you come to try to debate me, all the people who like you and think that you cute because they got degrees and stuff, y'all, I love y'all degrees. I'm happy. I wish I could have stayed calm in existence. But in Oklahoma, we was around real prejudiced people. So that's why I had this. I ain't gonna even get to that. But guys, I'm telling you, you can do it too. You can form an argument without college. You can make it sound. You can make it valid. And you can then, don't let nobody, I don't care what authority they got. They've been wrong plenty times before.
Right.
They've been wrong plenty times and it updates. This is the update to your philosophy, Leandre. I'll sign your books too. Peace out. Be in here.
Peace. And we're gonna end with the song by Connie Sun, Same Heart. I usually check them out on Spotify, but you can check them out on any platform. Head on over to his Facebook, tell him A1 sent you. We are going to be tapping back in here in a couple minutes with the results show for Leandre versus King Naga, so make sure you check for that. I'm about to make the stream here shortly. And again, this is Connie Sun, family all around me. If I can get it to pull it up. Not family all around me. My bad. Same heart. This is Connie Sun, Same Heart. And remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Peace.
Facts. Peace, brother.
Peace. Sadiq, thank you, man.
You're welcome, bro. I mean, you have been dying, bro. Man, facts, bro. Facts, man. We had another beautiful session, man. We gotta do it again, brother.
Sadiq, when I see you, it's gonna be a misunderstanding.
Hey, what's going on, man? Leandre is all good, my brother. That's my brother, Leandre.
Yeah. We was together. together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mentor, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss her. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hate, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chatter. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in frontin'. I told younger nigga make him something, you told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother, even through it all still know that I love you, but every second I think I trust you. I'm smart in the game, you made it hard in the game. I'm loving, I started the lane, I'm hard as they came. Melody target they brain and they draw like a mark to a flame. How far I done came, you was not part of the blame, you was just part of the strain. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it. And I'm the one taking the blame for it, they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart.
Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, Suave Boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, quantum truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Results show for that in a couple minutes. And March 14th.
Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?